I would encourage all of y'all, if you didn't already, to fill out a pre-course questionnaire, and that should have been given to you when you checked in. So before I finish talking, I hope you can fill that out, and we'll do another one at the end. Hopefully we can help you feel a little bit more confident about these questions by the end of the day today. Sure. Okay. Cool. Sure, I will do that. The first few slides were sort of celebrating the work that Stone Mountain has done. These slides are a little bit more sobering. In the last year, and pretty much each year for the last decade or so, we've diagnosed between 75 and 100 coal miners with progressive massive fibrosis. And so over the last decade or so, that's more than 1,000 miners with progressive massive fibrosis, which is really the most severe form of black lung. So this is still a problem that is affecting all of us, coal miners especially, and their families, and is a problem that's not going away. Kate Morgan is here with us today. She'll speak after me today. She's a journalist that published this picture in the New York Times, which is a Stone Mountain miner of a gentleman that has progressive massive fibrosis. And just this week, I saw probably at least 6 patients with progressive massive fibrosis, and 2 of which are in need of lung transplants, one of which is denied a lung transplant because he's the primary caretaker of 4 grandkids, and so he's not able to leave his grandbabies to go to a tertiary center to get a lung transplant, which is a really difficult barrier, but there are lots of other barriers to transplant. Another patient I saw who's pictured here got denied due to not having enough social support to come with him to go get a transplant, but he's hopefully going to get re-referred back to UVA, where I came from a couple of days ago, to get back in the transplant program evaluation process. So Jessica, if you don't mind, I'm going to attempt what's called a word cloud, which requires y'all to pull out your cell phones for a second. And once Jessica gets our word cloud QR code pulled up, I'll have you use your phones to respond to this word cloud. And the folks who are on Zoom, you'll hopefully also be able to do this. Will you hit present on the top right too? Top right, there you go. And you can hit that QR code again. Great, so if you use your phones and scan that QR code, you can hopefully answer this question, which is, why is black lung, which is entirely a preventable disease, still devastating coal miners? We're still diagnosing 75 to 100 coal miners just at Stone Mountain each year. And I'll give y'all a second. You can just type in a word or two. You don't have to put your name in. It's totally anonymous. It'll pop up on the screen here, and we can see what y'all think. The larger the words are, the more common the answers are. And I see greed as the biggest, money as the next biggest. Policies as the next biggest. Well, this is great. I appreciate y'all participating. I think word clouds work about 30% of the time when I've used them in other conferences. So I'm glad this is working. I think it's interesting to see all of your perspective on this. What I was thinking more people would be responding with would be policy and silica, because that's something on our minds often. But I think that fits into money and greed also, in that one of the reasons why, you can switch it back over to our PowerPoint, one of the reasons why the silica rule, which was enacted by MSHA last year and set to be enforced in May of this year, one of the reasons why it's not currently being enforced to reduce the levels of silica dust in coal mines is because it's being challenged in court by industry that is largely finding it to be financially difficult to enforce, or that's their argument at least, so that they can't limit the amount of dust that are coal miners exposed to because of financial consequences to their industry. And so I wanted to just touch briefly on this MSHA silica rule. Silica gets brought up in every coal miner conference I've ever been to. I've been doing this for probably 8 or 10 years now. And this MSHA rule was designed to reduce the amount of toxic silica dust that our coal miners breathe in to a level that's on par with every other industry. Coal miners right now are allowed to breathe in more silica dust than any other worker, which is a bit absurd. And this rule would bring coal miners' exposure online with what everyone else is exposed to in the country. But this rule has been challenged, and it's likely to be continuously delayed. And one of our objectives for today's conference is to appreciate that the black lung crisis is very much ongoing in Appalachia, and hopefully just with the few stats I showed you about PMF earlier and the few examples of Stone Mountain patients, you can appreciate that's the case. But I also wanted to say that to hopefully give you all one action item you can take with you to try to end this crisis. And that leads me to this slide, which is Vonda here yet? Not yet. Vonda Robinson is very involved in the Black Lung Association, and she'll be here shortly. But she's organizing the Black Lung Association to bring a whole group of coal miners with them, supported by the UMWA, to Washington, D.C. on October 14th to share with the Department of Labor, with MSHA, and with federal politicians to explain why we can no longer wait to enact this law. And so I would encourage everyone in this room to think about going to that event in DC. And if you're unable to go, that you can still help support coal miners travel to that event. And one way to do that is to mail a check to the Black Lung Association. That takes a lot of effort. It took me about 30 minutes to find my checkbook last week, and then to find a stamp. If you would prefer to Venmo, you can do that. And I'm very happy to receive the Venmo funds and then write one check with all the donations that y'all might contribute to support this event, which I think is super important. And so I'll have this slide back up at our break. And so if you can't get to Venmo fast enough, or you need some help with Venmo, let me know. All right. So a few other objectives for the day. When Dr. Merkel speaks, hopefully you'll be able to increase your empathetic connections to Appalachian coal miners. We'll hopefully understand a little bit more about the Coal Workers Health Surveillance Program and the Part 90 program, and talk through about how we can work together to increase participation in both of these programs. And what I think I have never heard at a Black Lung conference before is a focus on state Black Lung benefits. And so most of what we're all focused on is federal Black Lung benefits, and we'll talk some about state benefits towards the end of the day today and why it's super important for our patients. This is an agenda that you have a copy of. Just a few things to note here. We'll have one break at around 11. Might go a little bit sooner or later depending on how long the morning talks go. But the lunch session will actually be a little bit longer. We're going to have boxed lunches. It'll give you time to go out, get your lunch, come back in, and hopefully watch a documentary, a PBS documentary about caregiving. So we'll extend that lunch just a little bit, but we'll try to end on time. And so with that, I am going to introduce our first speaker, and that is Kate Morgan. Kate is a freelance journalist. She's based out of sort of the foothills of Appalachia in Pennsylvania, and she has published work on a variety of topics in all sorts of big media sources, including the New York Times, the Washington Post, Wall Street Journal, National Geographic, BBC, The Guardian, and very recently she dove into the world of black lung in Appalachia. She might look familiar to you if she's been to some of your clinics. She spent a couple of days with us at our St. Charles Black Lung Clinic in Stone Mountain, met lots of patients, and did a really incredible job telling the stories of Stone Mountain coal miners. And that story was actually published on the front page of the weekend edition of the New York Times, doing a great job bringing the stories and our patients to a much broader audience. And so we're very pleased that she drove 6.5 hours each way with 2 kids under 3 years old in tow to join us today. So please give a warm welcome to Kate Morgan.
Oh, I'm so much smaller than you. Is that good? Hi. Good morning. Thank you for being here, and thank you for having me. I'm here, as Drew said, because earlier this year I wrote a story about black lung that ended up on the front page of the New York Times. A lot of people in this room helped me with that, including Drew, Scott Laney, Noemi Hall, and others. It was only a really small piece of the story, a scratch on the surface of the issue and the tiniest slice of the work that the people in this room do, but it was a start, and it's a story that I plan to keep on telling. Right now, though, I'm wanting to talk a lot about journalism, though I know most of you aren't journalists. Are there any other journalists here? No, just me. Okay. I'm not actually going to talk at you about this for an hour, but I will talk a bit, and then I'm hoping that maybe we can have a discussion about your relationship to the media and to journalism, and maybe I can help answer any questions that you have, or even just, act as like a complaints department. I'm here for that. But I'll start with the simplest thing, and that's that stories shape our world. They're what's repeated on our TVs, in our classrooms, in policy discussions, and in headlines. They shape how we describe ourselves and our neighbors, the things that we care about, and the things that we believe. And for a long time, Appalachia's stories have been flattened. Again and again, its people and its problems and its triumphs have been misunderstood and misrepresented by national narratives. And over decades, the way that Appalachia and its people have been portrayed has contributed to real economic, social, and health challenges. Plus, when those depictions are too frequent or too loud, people can start to internalize them. And worse, they can start to feel invisible. I did not grow up in Appalachia. I have been in Appalachian, Pennsylvania for more than a decade, and it has shaped me and my career and become a home to me, one I'm very proud of and one I'd like to make proud. But I grew up in New Jersey, a place with stereotypes all its own. In 2007, Diane Sawyer came to the town where I was born, where my family roots go back a couple of generations, and she put its burned-out row homes and its fatherless families and a homeless 4-year-old on 60 Minutes. In 2013, just after I graduated college, moved back to Camden County and started a career writing for local papers and magazines, Matt Taibbi wrote a feature for Rolling Stone, and the headline was "Apocalypse, New Jersey, a dispatch from America's most desperate town." I remember feeling angry and heartbroken that this place I knew as a vibrant community with, yes, major problems, but also a lot of incredible innovators and organizers was suddenly reduced in the national consciousness to one thing: hopeless. That is the same thing that's been happening to Appalachia and to coal mining communities for the last century or more, and the consequences have been enormous. These portrayals shape how the rest of the country sees Appalachia, how policymakers make decisions about Appalachia, and even how Appalachia sees itself. So it is really easy to lose faith and to fundamentally mistrust the media, and maybe that's well-deserved. But here's the heart of the thing. Storytelling matters, still, now more than ever, because data and research are critical, invaluable tools but they do not change hearts and minds. Only human stories can do that. So here's what that has to do with all of you. Journalism, when done well, can promote public health and rebuild trust in institutions. It can motivate people to seek care, and it can shed light on systemic issues. It can draw attention to problems and, more importantly, their solutions, and that, in turn, can help grow support and investment. This makes perfect sense. But in order for those stories to get out there, you, the people who know them, who live them every day, have got to tell them. Journalists are only the conduit. So let's talk about what's been told, what hasn't, what's been told wrong or too little, the role that you can play in changing the narrative, and why it is so important that we do. Now I'll tell you a whole lot of stuff that you already know much better than me, but it's important context for how we got to where we are. So in the early 20th century, national magazines and newspapers start sending writers and photographers into the mountains. And what they sent back for their mostly urban audience was not a portrait of the beautiful natural landscape full of small businesses and families and churches and music and culture, things that were as real then as they are now. Instead, what we got was scenes of poverty, photos of barefoot kids in a backward place. And in an era when poverty was being culturally aligned with immorality, the people in the mountains were suddenly portrayed as lazy, uneducated, and prone to violence. And for audiences in cities many miles away who might never have occasion to come and experience the place for themselves, these stories were powerful. And they justified a whole wave of intervention, from missionaries to industrialists who saw the mountains as a place to extract wealth. Land agents and coal executives arrived from elsewhere and built up a mono-economy that made Appalachia dependent on coal mining, all while selling the story that the industry was helping, bringing progress to a backward people. And for a long time, unions helped remind their members that the companies were the original outsiders. But when the unions were busted, the industry reimagined itself as a part of the community. Appalachia was coal. But the narratives that grew around it then didn't see the proud heritage and the camaraderie and the strength and conviction and legacy of organizing and unionizing and fighting for yourself and your family and the man beside you, the hard and necessary work of powering a growing nation. They saw men emerging dirty and shuffling home to barefoot children. And in the winter of 1964, when President Johnson stood on a front porch in eastern Kentucky and declared a war on poverty, it cemented for the rest of the nation and for the rest of the century the idea that Appalachia simply couldn't take care of itself. Coverage of that war often gave little context and offered no explanation of how systemic neglect, corporate exploitation, and absent government investment created those conditions. There's more, but I don't need to tell you. Shows like the Beverly Hillbillies, movies like Deliverance, books and films and elegies that recycle the old tropes for a new generation. Stories of dysfunction, despair, and pathology. Appalachia became a kind of canvas onto which the rest of America could project its anxieties. Ray Garinger put it so eloquently in Scalawag a few years back that I'm going to read an excerpt. There is a comfort in being able to locate all that ails our country somewhere else, somewhere you don't live, somewhere you don't know anyone, somewhere represented as so different from your own home that you could never find common ground with those who live there. You imagine you have no responsibility to this place, no accountability, no relationship, the perfect closet for the nation's skeletons. After my New York Times story published, I was invited onto the Brian Lehrer show on New York City's public radio station. And at the top of the segment, Lehrer said, "I don't know if we'll find any callers in our New York area-based listenership with personal experience or family experience or anything related to the coal mining industry, but we can try." And for me, it was this really stark reminder of the way that coal miners and coal communities and Appalachians get, othered. Imagine, I kept thinking, living in a city made of steel with one of the oldest and most concentrated power systems in the country, and thinking coal has nothing to do with you. Local media, for obvious reasons, often does a much better job. Community-based publications with reporters and editors who have a native understanding and a cultural congruency with the place and the people that they're writing about don't fall victim to the same stereotyping or insensitivity. In other words, the people with the best background to write about coal miners are people whose family and friends are miners. And a story isn't automatically more impactful because it runs in a major national paper. In fact, local publications can have outsized influence. In 2009, the Bristol Herald-Courier published right here, and their reporter, Daniel Gilbert, won the Pulitzer Prize for this series of David and Goliath-style articles on coalbed methane and underground ownership rights. Big companies profited at the expense of landowners. We all know that story. But the paper held them to account, and the whole thing led to real state law reform. In 2017, Eric Eyer claimed the Pulitzer for investigative reporting for his work in the Charleston Gazette-Mail on West Virginia's opioid crisis. The prize committee called it, quote, courageous reporting performed in the face of powerful opposition. And it was that and more, journalism, local or otherwise, at its finest. And the next year, that century-old newspaper filed for bankruptcy. That's emblematic of a sea change in the news landscape that's happened over the last few decades. We have fewer and fewer of these stalwart local papers. A UNC study on news deserts found that in just the 4 years between 2014 and 2018, some 90 papers in this region alone either shut down or merged with other publications. And that was pre-pandemic. Things have gotten a lot worse since. We've now lost a third of US newspapers, and media deserts are only growing. Among the local publications that are left, there are issues of resources. Limitations on time, on budgets, on manpower can mean that complicated issues get covered superficially or not at all. Jared Hamilton, the incredibly talented photographer who shot my story for the New York Times, is from Pikeville, Kentucky. He does incredible photojournalism, both nationally and locally, trying to draw attention to what's happening in his home. But he told me that it's often more of a struggle to get the local publications to write about black lung than it is to sell those stories to the big national papers. To say that local journalism is important and needs our support and our investment is a massive understatement, and honestly, that's a whole other talk. But in a landscape where journalism is becoming more and more concentrated in big cities, and our dependence on national versus local media grows, we are faced with a tall order. Tell stories with the nuance, perspective, and understood stakes of local reporting, and put them on a bigger platform without losing any of what makes that journalism so impactful. To again quote Ray Garinger, writing in Scalawag, what we need is national coverage that portrays this place as the home of rich legacies of radical labor organizing and environmental organizing, as the soil for rich artistic and literary traditions, as a region shaped by patterns of in and out migration, as a place that is complex, varied, diverse, and full. A kind of mainstream Appalachian narrative, Ray imagines, that paints its people as experts of our own lives, communities, and histories, writing that lifts up Appalachian people as complex, varied, brilliant, resilient, and diverse. So why does it really matter? Is it enough to simply ignore the misrepresentations and tune out the bad journalism? Nope, because it has real consequences. It can cause policy neglect. When a region is seen as hopeless or backward, it becomes really easy for lawmakers to ignore it. Why invest in people that you have been told don't want help? Why build infrastructure, schools, or broadband in a place that the media insists is already too far gone? If you're a reader from elsewhere consuming media that suggests a place is a dead end, why would you, as a taxpayer, support putting more money into, for example, the Appalachian Regional Commission? And that has economic impact too. When investors and companies rely on media narratives, they may pass over Appalachia as a place of opportunity. Talented people who want to stay or they want to return home face barriers not just of geography, but of perception. We are still seeing a brain drain outmigration of young people, especially smart and skilled young people who would prefer to be in the communities that they care about doing their work. And it can create internalized shame. There are studies around this, but it's probably the most heartbreaking part of all of it. When the story gets repeated often enough, it starts to sink in. Children grow up and they see their hometowns on the news only in times of disaster or scandal. They hear others mock their culture and reduce their identity to cliches. And that kind of misrepresentation doesn't just hurt feelings, it damages futures. The point is, it's been really bad for a long time. It's really easy to believe that the national press only shows up to look at bad news, because so far, that's pretty much what they've done. It's easy to assume that reporters parachute in, not literally, but that's the word that we use when people drop in to report from a place that they have little to no real knowledge of. That's parachute journalism. And then they go looking for people to fit the frame of the story that they already had in mind. So yes, given all of this, it's really easy to lose faith. And from the journalist's perspective, I can admit that that's maybe well placed. And there's a temptation to turn inward and to give up on changing the narrative or on telling the story. But you can't. We can't. Because when it comes to making change, this is a really valuable tool. This is the power of storytelling, right? We are awash in information like no other time in our history. We have access to so much data, and that data shows us patterns, it helps us allocate resources, exposes systemic problems. We can't do anything without data and evidence. But it's the context that makes us care. And that's what we find in stories about real people, and real places, and real communities. And in a region like Appalachia, where so many people have been told that their voices don't matter, storytelling can be an act of power, of reclamation of power. We should want mainstream media publishing stories on coal that are brimming with the voices of coal miners and their doctors and their neighbors, all telling the story for themselves. There are ways to do this better, actionable things that we can try to do, that I can try to do, that you can try to do, to do a better job at this. I'm learning new tools all the time. One of them, for me, is that instead of going into a story assuming that I know its framing, that I know what the story's about, or what the important central narrative is, and then looking for people who can speak to that narrative, I invite input on story framing. Sometimes now I call people up and say, hey, I think there's a story here, but you know better than me. I was hoping that you could tell me what the story is. I did this to Sam Petsonk early on in the reporting for my Black Lung story. I got him on the phone, and he said, so what's the story that you're writing? And I said, I hoped you could tell me. He pointed me toward what he thought was important, and while I think it actually annoyed him more than anything, it really did drive the narrative that ended up making up most of that story. The other thing we can do is have less focus on bad news and more focus on the people who are working toward good. For every problem everywhere, there are people working to solve it, right? There's a famous quote, and it's Mr. Rogers' mom who told him, look for the helpers. And I think it resonates now, just as it did then, that the helpers are there. I mean, the helpers are in this room when we're talking about Black Lung. And so while it's so important not to shy away from the ills, from the bad and the devastation, we also have to provide the hope and the reasons to feel optimistic. We have to tell stories that are honest but not hopeless, that reflect struggle but also strength. This is a really big problem, is a story, and we've got a plan to help is so much better. So what you can do is try to know or recognize when there's a story that other people need to know. When there's something happening in your community, in your neighborhood, with your buddies, with you, amongst your patients, that if everybody knew this, maybe it could create change. Maybe something would be better as a result of getting that story out in the world. And then what we can create is partnerships between medicine and the media that function for good. And when there's a story that you know better than anyone, whether or not you'd consider yourself a writer, whether or not you've ever had anything to do with the media, you can be the one to tell it. In fact, it was an incredibly compelling op-ed that Drew Harris wrote for the New York Times that led me to him in the first place. There was no one better to tell that story than Drew. You can also be a connector to voices that you know should be heard. When I came to Drew's clinic in St. Charles to report that story, the only reason that anyone spoke to me was because they trust Drew. So you can build relationships with journalists. You can vet them yourself, and then you can help facilitate their reporting. You can build that trust for yourself and then kind of help spread it around. But also to that point, you can say yes to interviews. If you are someone who is in a position to be contacted by a journalist, even if you sigh and think, well, I don't know how this is going to shake out, say yes anyway. Take a chance. If you need insurance that they're not going to do a bad job, you can ask to help with a fact check. You can ask to review any quotes of yours that they might use in their story. Journalists desperately want to get it right. Good journalists desperately want to get it right as much as you want and need them to get it right. None of this is a quick or easy fix. It's something that we're going to have to chip away at for a really long time. But I think we're moving in the right direction. The story that I wrote about Black Lung getting the kind of buy-in that it did from the New York Times, they posted it all over their social media. They had me record additional audio commentary and then put that on their audio apps. And then they ran it on the front page, big, with a big spread in the national section. And that told me this, that the powers that be at the Times understood that this story was important and that it had consequences that resonate far beyond Appalachia, that it matters, as it should, to all America. And then there was the comment section. For each thoughtful reply, there were a dozen, they get what they voted fors, and why can't these people learn to stay out of the mines? And it was a perfect illustration of how decades of media messaging have warped perspectives, and it brought me face to face with how much damage there really is to undo. But I think, and maybe this is my belligerent optimism, that it is undoable. Because you know the real story. And because you know the real story, I know the real story. And we can help the rest of the world know it too. So now I don't want to lecture at you anymore. I am hopeful that maybe we can have a conversation. I wonder if anybody has thoughts or questions or experiences or complaints, or there's anything at all that you would like to know about how journalism works and how we can all work together to be better at it. Nice.
Hello, good morning.
Hi.
Thanks very much for that excellent talk. My name is David Driscoll, and I'm the director of the Healthy Appalachia Institute here at UVA-Wise. And my question to you is, I thought you did an excellent job describing some of the challenges associated with journalism, and especially as it relates to the overwhelming amount of data and stories that are accessible right now for everyone. How would you differentiate between journalism's role as it relates to the provision of information and how you see the role of all of these other sources of information that are oftentimes the ones that people are sort of going to for information about their world?
Meaning social media or
Yeah,
sources
social media.
outside legacy media?
Yeah, well, I want to go a little bigger than that if I could. I feel that there is some sort of a qualitative difference between how journalists see their role as it relates to the provision of stories to our society and how other sources of stories that people access on a day-to-day basis, which would include streamers and other sources of information. How do you differentiate between those two in your own mind, from the perspective of a journalist?
So, in other words, what makes a story told by a journalist different than, somebody who gets on TikTok and live streams?
I guess I would go back to what it is you're trying to accomplish, right?
Yeah.
Rather than what the story is different, but how is it that you're approaching the story that's different?
Sure. I think the answer is, I think what you're asking is a really big, broad strokes, 30,000-foot question about what journalism is or should be. We can espouse ideas around objectivity and ethics and talk about how a journalist is supposed to be an uninvolved observer, and that's the role, is just to provide the facts and let folks draw their own conclusions. And to an extent, and in some types of journalism, that is true. But the real truth and the real reality of our media landscape now, and kind of our media landscape forever, is that a journalist's job is to decide the lens through which you see the facts. Even if we are dedicated to ethical reporting and objectivity, when you choose the angle of your story, when you choose the voices that are in your story and the people who are quoted in your story, you're deciding the perspective through which your audience gets those facts. Even if you're not offering an opinion, you're helping to shape the readers. And so I hope I'm answering your question. What I think I'm trying to do differently and what I want journalists to do differently is to understand the gravity of that and the responsibility of that, and to be considering that when they approach a narrative around black lung, around silicosis, that it would be easy to report that story having only spoken to Drew Harris, who is a great interview and who, is an authority on this subject. But to help someone really understand what it is like to live with black lung and all of the associated political issues and community issues and medical issues, what I needed was for Drew Harris to say, here is a patient, this is Mr. Brock. And I needed Mr. Brock to trust me enough, which he did solely based on the fact that Drew trusted me, to let me into his life. And I went to his house. I mean, I showed up later that day at his home and hung out with him and his wife and his son in their garden. I met their dogs. It informed the story in a far different way. And I think ultimately why that story generated the response that it did is because the first thing you see when you look at that story isn't the data around black lung, which is, the numbers are alarming, of course they are. But it's the Brock's faces. It's Andre Brock Sr. and Andre Brock Jr. staring out at you from their home in Eastern Kentucky on the front page of the New York Times, and that has power. So maybe this is a meandering answer to what you've asked, but what I think I want us to do is just take a beat and not necessarily take the path of least resistance into reporting on these issues, but to delve a little deeper and figure out who they're actually impacting, and to avoid sensationalizing those people's experiences. Because the Brocks are people, they're not caricatures, and they're not emblematic of all sufferers of black lung. Because we can't paint anything with the same, we can't paint all of any issue with the same brush, just as we can't paint every coal miner or every Appalachian community or every person with black lung with the same brush. So that's important too, that it's like you can't just find any old person with black lung to be like, it's hard, I can't breathe. You've got to tell the story of one person, one family, so that people can think, oh, they sound like my family. And that I think makes change. Little at first, but hopefully if we do it enough, right?
Thank you. Excellent answer. Very much so.
You asked me the big question first.
Okay, so I wanted to ask about, in general, your topic is that storytelling is so important. And of course, that's built on trust between, for journalism, the reporter and the interviewee.
Yeah.
So if you are approached by a journalist, how do you then vet that person before you decide, okay, I can trust them enough to tell them honestly that they won't twist my words or anything like that?
Yeah. So that's a great question. I mean, a lot of you are researchers or scientists or otherwise, maybe have had interactions with journalists. Can I see a show of hands who's felt like they've been burned? Like you've been quoted in a story or your words have been twisted or, yeah, that's so hard. It's really hard to come back from that. But it's like you've got to give journalists another chance. And I know that seems like an oversimplified answer, but you've got to have faith that the next time it can be better. And so ways that you can go about vetting someone, just to make sure that you don't end up in a situation where like, oh, I actually really shouldn't have spoken to that person because they're an irresponsible journalist. Just Google them, really. You want to read the other work that they've done. Are there quotes in their stories from people who are in positions like yours that if you were that person, you would not be thrilled that quote is in that piece? Like, they're probably going to do it to you too, if they did it to them. The other thing is, like I said, we really want to get it right, but there's a lot of pressures around deadlines. Most journalists are egregiously underpaid. They don't have a lot of time to expend on each story, especially when it comes to freelancers, which is increasingly what journalism looks like. It's increasingly done by independent journalists, which means that they also don't have colleagues next to them in a newsroom to bounce ideas off of. And for the most part, stories aren't getting as much editing as you'd hope that they are. There's not as much oversight as you hope that there'd be. Most publications have dispensed with fact-checking because they can't afford to pay independent fact-checkers. You would be shocked at the publications that I have written for where I am responsible for my own fact check. And while I should get it right, and I should be able to do that, you're not always going to catch everything in your own writing. That's why fact-checking exists, independent fact-checks exist. But anyway, we can try to fill that gap. So if you're concerned, if you're talking on a sensitive subject, if you're concerned you might be misquoted or that things might be taken out of context, you can interrogate a little bit, what exactly is your story angle? Who else are you talking to? That can be a really helpful question. Have you spoken to this person? Have you read this? Because I think you would find it very interesting. The more help you can provide that journalist to sort of grab their hand and lead them along down the correct path, the better they are likely to do in the end. And then the big thing is can I help you with a fact check? Can you come back to me with my quotes? So just for the record, it's almost no one will send you a piece before it's published because that's an ethical thing, because we don't want you to make changes. And because if you went on the record having said something and we said that you said it because you said it, then sometimes you'll send someone a story. If you do that, almost always people come back and say, well, can you change that a little bit? And you're like, no, because that's not how you said it. And, it's a whole thing. It's an ethical thing. But what they can do is send you your quotes. Can you call me and tell me what you're going to quote me on? Read my quotes back to me. And let's just make sure that they're in context. Let's make sure that they seem factual. If there are numbers you need me to double check for you, I can do that. Essentially what I'm trying to say is set it up from the outset of that conversation with that journalist that you two are in a partnership. That this is not that, you are providing them this interview and then they will go on their merry way and you will never speak again. But that you have entered into a partnership by agreeing to be a source for that journalist in that story. And now, even though at the end of the day the story is going to have their byline on it, you're a part of crafting the narrative. So the more involved that you can be, and anyone worth their salt will take you up on it. So the more help that you can offer. And then I think, especially if we're working with young journalists, as you may have encountered, the more you do that, the more they kind of learn, oh, this is how we do that. And then what we're doing is, over the course of time, we're producing quality, ethical, thoughtful journalists.
And I'll just say real quick that in the last year, I've probably done, 175 interviews with
Scott's a media darling.
news outfits that I've never heard of from people I've never heard of. And I'd have to say that, it's all right to be suspicious, but that I really have been treated very well by the media, and that I think that most of the people who work in this field of journalism do have a high standard of ethics, and that if you have a story that you want to tell and you're not afraid to tell it, that you shouldn't be afraid to do that. I should.
Any other questions over here?
Okay, I'll break the ice. So I am a researcher, and the University of Virginia will be like, hey, somebody wants to talk to you about this topic. And it's not always my topic, and I'll try to pawn it off on people, but they're in clinic or they don't have time. And so sometimes I feel like I'm talking about things I know about, but I don't do social media. I just feel really uncomfortable putting myself out there if it's not been peer reviewed, and I've had 20 edits. If you ask me, I'm not a shy person, and I could get in front of you and just talk story all day, but if you ask me to go on TV and be recorded, I might vomit. And so I'm wondering, for other people in the room that feel similar to me, like when I'm on the record, it's like I lose my words and I can't speak, and things don't come out correctly, and I write notes ahead of time. When I can, I get them to send me the questions, and so I'll write those down. But I still just get so much anxiety about saying the wrong thing, or like misquoting, and maybe because it's like research and I'm supposed to be the expert, I feel even like more pressure. But the whole thing, even after a year of media training, it gives me so much anxiety. And I'm guessing some people in this room might feel that way too. So I don't know if you have suggestions.
I do. I can relate, and I have had this experience many times where I have reached out to I've connected with a source, and we've started an interview, and I can tell that they're nervous. I can tell that they want so much to say the right thing in the right way, and I want that too for them. But I can leave an interview sometimes feeling like, I know that this person is the authority on this subject. I know that they have more interesting and thoughtful and frankly, more entertaining things to say about this. And then I'll give it a day or two, and I'll call them again. Hey, you know what? I had some follow-up questions, and I wondered if we could just jump back on the phone for 10 minutes. And every single time, that second conversation is so much better. Because now you've already talked to me once, first of all. You're comfortable, you understand that, it wasn't that bad, and that I wasn't scary, and that I didn't, grill you, and that actually that was okay. And you've had that time in between to have the bedtime thoughts and the shower thoughts about if only I had said this, or why didn't I phrase it like that? But now those are in your head, so when I call you back again, that's what I'm gonna get. And I would probably hazard to say that 10 out of 10 times, the quotes that end up in my piece are from that second follow-up interview. So if I almost never talk to somebody just once. And now that requires people to be really generous with their time for me, and I try to be really respectful and appreciative of that. But it can work the other way around too. So if you give an interview, if you're approached by a journalist and you give an interview and you talk to them, but you don't feel awesome about it, journalists are people, and yeah, you were on the record, but unless we're talking about, something deeply scandalous or whatever, if you just call them or shoot them an email or a text and say hey, I had some more thoughts that I think might be really helpful for you. Can we jump back on the phone? They're gonna say yes, because the story's only as good as the sources that are in it and their quotes. So if I think that I'm gonna get better stuff Yeah, absolutely. I'm going to make time to get back on the phone. So you can do that. If you feel like, man, I can't believe it happened again. I had notes and everything, and I lost my words. Just call them back. You know, I had some shower thoughts, and I'd like to share them with you.
I'd kind of like to add to that. So I think there is a lot of anxiety right now about saying the wrong thing or being doxxed on the internet or whatever, right? So is there anything that you could add to that to help people also protect themselves as well?
Okay, so the way that being on the record works, just kind of. So when you speak to a journalist and they have identified themselves as a journalist, and this is like the version that you learn in old school journalism school, right? Like this is the So they've identified themselves as a journalist. You know that what you are doing is giving an interview that is on the record for potential use that they might potentially quote you in this piece. If you say, okay, I'd like to go off the record, the way that off the record works is the journalist agrees. They say, okay, we are off the record. Now, everything that you say next while you're off the record, I can't use it at all. So I can't quote you about it. I can't say that somebody said it without naming you. I can't use the idea and paraphrase it. I can't use it at all. What you could say instead is, I think I'd like this bit to be on background. Then tell me the thing. If you have just given me the greatest quote I have ever heard and I have to put it in there, in your words, I will say that. Oh, I would really like to quote you about that. Can you give that some thought? Or could I potentially use that as a quote? But if not, if it's just valuable information for me that I can then paraphrase, I'll use it on background. I don't have to attribute it to you. You've said it to me, and you're speaking from a position of authority on whatever the subject is. So you don't need to be concerned that then that's going to come back to bite you. So that can be a really helpful tool, is understanding what it means to be on the record and off the record, understanding what it means to be on background. And that can provide sometimes a little bit of an air gap, right? Like, I'm more than happy to speak to you, but I'd love for our interview to be mostly on background. And then we can talk at the end about potential quotes. Does that make sense? Is that helpful? And so if you're really nervous, if you think that there's a high probability that you could be misquoted, or you're really anxious at the prospect of being quoted at all, you can still be very helpful to a journalist. I mean, that piece, that New York Times piece about black lung has maybe 5 people quoted in it. I think I interviewed 30, maybe 40 people. And all of those interviews, every one of them, helps inform that story and helps drive the direction of that narrative. So you're still helping to improve this whole system, even if you're not quite ready to be as involved with the media as putting your name out there, attached to, some quotes. I think I'm using up all my time.
Maybe one more question, anybody?
Okay. Thank you all so much for listening. And I'm here, I'm around, and I would love to chat more, or, you can send me emails, and if you've listened to me talk and you're thinking, wow, there is something that I know about that I think people ought to know about, please drop me a line.
You all, thanks to Kate. Let's give her a round of applause. I'll let you take it over from here. I'll put it
If you don't mind to fill out the evaluations you got when you checked in, we're going to come around and collect them, because those are the pre-course evals. We're going to get started in 2 minutes with our next lecture, but if you don't mind to just fill out it has 5 or 6 questions on them. There is, but it doesn't.
Don't bring down any airplanes.
All right, it is my pleasure to introduce Dr. Larry Merkel. He's a psychiatrist, a professor of psychiatry at UVA, an MD, PhD. He got his medical degree at University of Virginia. He did his residency training at University of Pennsylvania, and he did additional fellowship training at Penn, the Robert Wood Johnson Clinical Scholars Program, which Dr. Merkel, my wife, is also a graduate of. It allowed him to earn his PhD in anthropology as well as his MD in medicine. Dr. Merkel's created the Global Mental Health Track for psychiatry residents at UVA. He's now the director for outreach for the department, and he has extensive experience in the mental health of rural Appalachians. I think specifically to Black Lung, Dr. Merkel was very instrumental in training all of the clinics that are involved in our mental health big program and grant, and we're very grateful to him. Really feel like he's helped us take better care of our patients. We're very pleased that he drove 4 or 5 hours down I-81 to be here today, and please give Dr. Merkel a warm welcome.
Thank you very much. It's a real honor and a privilege to be here, but it's even more an honor to follow Ms. Morgan. A lot of what I'm going to say builds on what she's already said, but I apologize ahead of time because it won't be as thoughtful and eloquent as she was, but have to bear with it. Let's see. Okay, no conflicts. Talk to my wife, but what I'm going to talk about a little bit is the historical background of Appalachia, some of the social determinants of mental health quickly, talk about what we do know about mental health in Appalachia, Central Appalachia, primarily the deaths of despair, which is a big topic. Talk a little bit about the role of culture in this, and then some conclusions about what we can do to help with this. This is a summary, so after this slide you can go off if you want. It's we talk about the people of Central Appalachia are descended from European refugees, primarily Native Americans and enslaved people that came north either to escape slavery or later on. As Ms. Morgan mentioned, since the 19th century, there's been exploitation of the area that these people have had to deal with. It's resulted in a very resilient and resourceful group of people who are independently minded and who don't trust outsiders particularly. And their history and culture plays a big role in their mental health. So these are what I'm going to talk about. Talk a little bit about before the Europeans and talk about the migration here, a little bit about antebellum society, the structure of it, then talk about the impact of the Civil War very briefly and what Appalachia is like today. There we go. So before the Europeans came, the Cherokee were probably the biggest national indigenous nation in the area. The Shawnee were also here. They were enemies of each other. The Cherokee were part of the Iroquois nation. The Cherokee, Jefferson was very moved by the Cherokee. They were becoming very much a part of the fabric of early America. They had developed a written language. They had their own newspapers. They had their governmental structure. Some were even slave owners. They had become very much a part of things until in the early 1800s, gold was discovered in northwest Georgia. And at that point, then, they were all rounded up and along with other tribes and moved out to Oklahoma in the Trail of Tears. And this shows you the number of people that were moved out there, and about a quarter of them died in the process of moving. This is just a picture of that. There's three main European refugee groups that have formed the foundation of Appalachian populations. The first are the Scots-Irish. It's ironic because they really aren't either Scots or Irish. They come from this middle area between Scotland and England. What would happen is Scotland and England were fighting all the time. The English would march through the area, burn, rape, kill, and attack the Scots, and the Scots would then march back through. So the people caught in the middle were always being attacked on both sides. And as a consequence, they formed very strong clan networks to protect themselves. When James VI of Scotland, who was the great nephew of Elizabeth I of England, also became James I of England, this started a process of unification between Scotland and England. It took about 100 years for that to occur. But once it occurred, both Scotland and England agreed that these people in the middle were cattle thieves, ne'er-do-wells, bad people, and we got to get rid of them. So they were packed up, lock, stock, and barrel, whole villages at a time, moved over to Ulster, Ireland, which they didn't like, and they eventually came to the colonies. And they became the pioneers. Daniel Boone, Davy Crockett, all of these people that we think about were part of this movement. They weren't Scots. They didn't wear kilts or anything. They wore the buckskins. The next group were English peasants. As you probably know a little bit about English history, there was the feudal system where you had the lord of the manor and all the peasants that worked under him. They had loyalties to each other to protect each other. The peasants had a small area of land that they would graze some sheep or some wheat on and give part of it to the lord of the manor. The lords of the manor in the 1600s realized that they could become a lot more wealthy if they got rid of the peasants, if they started essentially doing industrial agriculture. But in order to do that, they had to change the laws in order to kick these people off, because there was this multiple hundred-year-old system of feudal loyalties. So they passed the English enclosure laws, which allowed them to remove the peasants from the land and stop their loyalties to them. So these people then moved into the cities, where they then became the workers in the growing industrial revolution of England in the factories. But there weren't enough jobs for them. They ended up in poorhouses, but another out for them was to become an indentured servant and come to the colonies, and many of them did that. They mostly came from this area of, southwest England. The next group were German peasants. You probably, if you took world history in high school, you probably heard about the 30 Years' War, which actually lasted 30 years. It was a very complicated situation, but part of it was to decide who was going to be in charge of the German principalities, the Catholics or the Protestants. And it was finally settled by the Peace of Westphalia. More people died in the 30 Years' War than in the Black Plague. It was a horrible war. But one large group of Protestant people, the Anabaptists, were in the Catholic region, and they were not included in the Westphalia Treaty, and so they still were persecuted. And so they then left the western German area and came to the Netherlands and then England, and then they came over to the colonies. And these three groups mingled and joined together. If you were German and came over and your name was Mueller, it soon became Miller. And these people lived in the mountains there. They were told by the colonialists of Virginia and other areas, you all are, go out west a bit. Go into the mountains. You'll be more comfortable there, and you protect us from the native populations. And so they went up into the mountains. And they lived in homesteads like this, and often their clans would be close together. Families, brothers, cousins would live in areas very similar to each other. And they lived as the farmers, with growing just enough of what they needed, and for 100 years or so, and sort of did fine. The structure of the society at that time was sort of a two-class structure. There were the yeoman farmers up in the mountains primarily, and then there were people in the lowlands who were the merchants that they interacted with each other. The yeoman farmers also, though, provided a lot of the agricultural needs of the new colonies. They provided a lot of pigs and cattle and meat for the new colonies. And there was also early resource extraction from this area as well. It's very interesting around the aspects of slavery during this time. Most of the counties in Appalachia had slaves, but it was also, ironically, the center of much of the abolitionist movements was in Appalachia, too. It was also a home for enslaved people that had escaped and wanted to hide in the mountains. And so it became a sanctuary for them, and then they intermingled and married in with the European groups that were there. The Civil War was destructive to Appalachia. Much of the fighting was in the Appalachian area, the Tennessee River Valley, the Shenandoah Valley, in order to try to control these vital aspects for the Confederacy. Divided loyalties. My family had people both fighting in the North and fighting in the South. Some old romantic stories that I grew up with. If you watched, what was that, Cold Mountain, you saw about the bushwhackers and the other people that tried to take advantage of the men all fighting. During this time, there were losses of farms, losses of families, a lot of destruction in the area. And they were caught between these two groups often. The population in Appalachia had grown quite a bit, so the soil was starting to be depleted as a consequence because of the increasing population. So people had to start moving away from Appalachia. And the livestock industry, which they had been very important for, then started moving west also. This is just a picture of the battle at Chattanooga. So the colonization of Appalachia, which Ms. Morgan mentioned, which is a term I use to talk about it, in the 1880s in the United States, this was when the U.S. was having its industrial expansion. Large cities were being built, and there was a great need for resources at this time. So coal, timber, iron, all of this, and they saw Appalachia as a source for much of this material. So speculators, entrepreneurs started coming into this area, as she mentioned, and buying the land from people, swindling the land from people. People were selling their farms because the soil was giving out, and it was a time of essential colonialization, like was happening in much of the rest of the world was happening to Appalachia. It was also a time where she mentioned that missionaries came in order to convert these people to Christianity, the right kind of Christianity, not the kind of Christianity they had at that time. The people were moved off of their farms into the timber and coal towns, like this. And this is quite different from what we saw earlier with the log cabin and such. The families looked like this. They became impoverished. There were children in the mines, as you may well know, because some of the seams were very small, and the children could get in there and dig them out much better than the adults. They were all paid with scrip, which was a money that the coal industry, the coal mine owners created, which kept the miners in debt to the coal companies because they could only use it in their store. They had to pay rent for those hovels that they were living in, and so it was worked out so that they were always in debt, and so they couldn't leave. Efforts to try to unionize the population were blocked by the coal mine owners. One way they blocked it was to bring formerly enslaved people, black Americans, from the South into Appalachia. And they also brought in Eastern and Southern Europeans into Appalachia with the idea that the local population would not be able to join with these two groups to form unions, which wasn't true. They did. They joined together in a very important way. And so then the coal mine owners then started dealing with this unionization in different kind of ways. And this was the coal wars that happened in the late 1800s. The most famous aspect of this was the battle at Blair Mountain, where the coal miners went on strike. There was an armed confrontation, and it was broken by the U.S. Army and what was sort of the U.S. Army's Air Force at that time coming in and attacking the coal mining colony. This domestication of Appalachia included, as she mentioned, not just the struggles over the coal mines and who had labor in the unions, but also brought in people who took over the land. Skyline Drive was part of this. If you lived up there and you had some piece of paper that showed you that you had some sort of ownership over this land, then you would usually be bought out by the government in order to clear out for Skyline Drive. If you didn't have any literature saying that this was your property, people would come in and then declare you as an imbecile, and you could then be transported off to an asylum where oftentimes you would be sterilized against your will. University of Virginia, my place, was very involved with this and the eugenics movement to try to make the genetic nature of Americans better by removing the genetic makeup of these people. As she mentioned, were seen as less than human often. And 7,000 people were sterilized against their will in Virginia, and the majority of those were white. This is the Virginia State Colony for Epileptics and Feeble-Minded, which then became Western State, where a lot of them were housed. And one of the quotes from Dr. Jajarnet, who was one of the heads of the hospitals, who for a while our children's hospital was named after, says that it means that Virginia is allowing to accumulate within her borders hordes of these clans who have no right to be born. So this was the attitude toward them, who are challenging the intelligence of her citizenry, who are furnishing her courts with crime and criminal, and who are placing on her treasury incalculable burdens. So this is, again, talking about, that Ms. Morgan talked about, the anti-feelings of the rest of the country toward people in Appalachia. The Great Depression, which came in the 30s, was devastating to Appalachia. Much of the mining, the timber harvesting stopped. People that lost their jobs from Appalachia that had moved into the cities to work in the factories returned back because at least we can grow a garden and have some food that way. So there was a repopulation of Appalachia in many ways. But the poverty of Appalachia continued from this point on. World War II allowed some revitalization of the resource extraction needed during the war, but after the war that went away. Coal mining was becoming more and more mechanized and moving out west. Kennedy, in 1960, when he was running for president, came to Appalachia if you can imagine this elite, upper class, highly educated young man coming from Boston with his Bostonian accent coming into Appalachia, meeting people, talking to them, getting to know them. And he was so impressed by these people that this is, as Ms. Morgan mentioned, this is where the war on poverty got its start, that Johnson then followed up on after Kennedy was assassinated. Unfortunately, though, as she also mentioned, though the people of Appalachia were seen as either victims or ne'er-do-wells also. It was not there was no empathy, no sympathy for these people that were caught in these economic binds. Yet there was money. The Appalachian Regional Council was formed through this efforts to try to revitalize these areas. When Reagan became president and saw the large government was the problem, pretty much all of this went away. And since then, Appalachia has been as we know it. So what are some of the social determinants of mental health? This shows Appalachia, and the light areas on the map are the number of people per square mile. So the lighter the color, the fewer the people. So you can see that Central Appalachia is very sparsely populated in a way, even though it has the largest population of the sections of Appalachia. And the next one shows areas, the lighter color is where people have moved away, where there's a negative population growth. So these are the social determinants that physicians talk about. Poverty, unemployment, education, food insecurity, housing insecurity, and we'll go through each of these very briefly. Poverty in Appalachia, Central Appalachia. Rural poverty has always been much worse than urban poverty. And you can look at where the red line drops greatly was during the war on poverty. So they did have success at bringing down rural poverty, but it has always stayed worse than urban poverty and continues that way. This is looking at the percentage of population that meets criteria for poverty in Appalachia. You can see that in central Appalachia, it's 21%. Housing is very expensive in the area, as you know, because there's so few houses available that it's just as expensive as in urban areas. The average Appalachian earns about $36,000 a year, which is about 2/3 of what the average American earns. This is looking at counties that are called distressed counties, and you can see that there's a large concentration of them in Central Appalachia. This is looking at counties that have what's called persistent poverty, which is poverty above the 20% rate for about 30 years. And you can see that there's a large section of them in the Appalachian region. This is looking at the percentage of population in a county that is under disability. And you can see with that sort of, I don't know, what is that, maroon or whatever that red color is, that as high as 10 to 30% of the population in those counties receive disability. Child poverty is also very high. If you have a poor population, you're also going to have poor children. And this is, again, showing the high poverty rate of children in the area. 21% of children in the United States of rural children live in poverty, and for Appalachia, it's also about that. It's about 19%. Because of the opiate crisis, there's been increasing numbers of foster children with their parents either dying from opiate overdoses or going to prison. And this is the numbers. There's not very good data on this, but this is the numbers in some of the Appalachian states. This is formal fostering, and a lot of kids end up just living with cousins and aunts and uncles and such because they need a place. Matthew Desmond, that's written about poverty in the United States, talks about the pain of poverty, that it's not just being poor, but it's physically and mentally painful for people. Education, this shows the completion of college, and you can see that in urban areas, it's continued to rise over the last 50, 60 years, but for men in rural areas, it has plateaued. For women, it has increased, but the number of completions is still far below that of urban areas. This is looking at Virginia specifically, where that blue is the Appalachian area, and the reddish color is Virginia, and the green is the United States as a whole. And you can see that for Virginia and the United States, it sort of forms a bell-shaped curve with with a large group of people completing high school, having some college, but for people in Appalachia, the majority of people are no high school or just high school. Food insecurity. Food insecurity is higher in rural areas than it is in urban areas. The average food insecurity for the United States is about 11%, and in Appalachia it's 13 to 14%, but in some counties it's 20%, and for black communities it's even higher, 23%. This is how being unsheltered, unhoused is increasing in this country, but it's increasing more in rural areas than it is in urban areas. Transportation, lack of transportation. In Appalachia, 6.6% of the people either lack reliable transportation compared to about 5.7% in the United States as a whole. A significant number of counties in Appalachia don't have public transportation, but if they do have public transportation, you only have a 1 in 4 chance of it being able to get you to where you work. Environmental degradation is one of the challenges, one of the determinants, and we are very aware of this in Appalachia, especially with mountaintop mining, and you can see from this the diagram on the left that the mountaintop mining correlates very much with the poverty of a county. This results not only in destruction of the mountain, but causes further destruction down the road. One of the most famous examples of this is the Buffalo Creek flood, which I remember back in the 70s in Logan County, West Virginia, when a slag dam broke and this huge wave of water went rushing down through the valley, killing 125 people and making 4,000 homeless, and the courts decided it was an act of God. It had nothing to do with how the coal mining owners are operating. This is looking at pictures after the Buffalo Creek disaster. But the ecological disaster in Appalachia is just as bad as the opioid crisis in many ways. But it's not something that just in the past. This is flooding in Buchanan County last year, and this is flooding right here in Damascus. And you see these houses turned upside down again by the flooding. It's still happening because of degradation of the land. The vegetated growth has been destroyed, streams and creeks have been eroded, so there's increased flooding. And these extreme environment events have been very much tied to poor mental health. Talk a little bit about trauma. We talked about the historical trauma already that's happened in Appalachia. There's daily trauma, though, and cultural discrimination, which Ms. Morgan touched on. This is looking at the rate of mortality, of unnatural mortality in Southwest Virginia counties versus the United States. And for all of these categories, you can see that it's somewhere between 2 to 4 times the rate of mortality of the rest of the United States. Being exposed to violent crime is much higher in Appalachia. We've been working with people through telepsychiatry for 20-something years now down in Southwest Virginia, and the people that we talk to give us a lot of history of having had trauma in their lives. But there's also trauma. More people volunteer for the services out of Appalachia than any other part of the country, so we have military trauma as well. And then there's rural discrimination, which Ms. Morgan talked about. Rural people are often the butt of many jokes. Since it's not proper to use ethnic jokes anymore, you have to focus on rural people as your butt of your jokes. And this goes right along with Appalachia. There's no exception for that. And this, as she mentioned, has been internalized. People take these values into themselves. Their self-esteem is down because of this is how the nation looks on them. And I think Hillbilly Elegy is a very good example of this, that he has very much taken in this view of the people into himself and has this view of himself as a consequence. Stigma, discrimination. There's a hierarchy of stigmatization due to the amount of either alcohol you drink or the drugs that you're involved with. Recovery and stigmatization in the area is very much tied to religious values and religious beliefs. That if you get into drugs, you're clearly not one of the chosen people, that God is not favoring you anymore. It's very clear from your life, and that the only way to recover is to get back into the religion and recover that way. MAT is stigmatized. There's been a lot of difficulty getting treatment programs into the area. And then things like hillbilly heroin and trailer trash during the elections, people are talked about. And Trump's first win was initially right after it happened in the news. It was all blamed on Appalachians. Mental health stigma is part of that. Mental health issues are very much stigmatized in the area for a number of reasons and ties into many of the things that we've talked about. It becomes internalized. It prevents people from getting help. We've had women that we've worked with who were very depressed, who had to keep their antidepressants hidden from their husbands, because if their husband found out or if their church found out, they would be ostracized or even physically assaulted. This is from Lexington, Kentucky into eastern Kentucky, showing how the life expectancy every 15 miles drops. And so all of these determinants that we've talked about contributed to this lower life expectancy. One difference, though, all of these bad news I've been presenting to you, the one scale that Appalachians keep coming higher than the national average is on community connectedness. It's a difficult area. Each county, each little village very much varies on how much connectedness there is in the population versus this idea of social capital, which is the idea that people will come together and help each other, that they have social capital to expend on each other's behalf. And so that varies from community to community, but it seems to be pretty high in Appalachia for a number of reasons. It's been jeopardized by the opiates. It's been jeopardized by COVID. She mentioned you see stories like this of towns becoming bankrupt, of Main Street being closed, of no one having jobs and such. But every place I've visited, every population I've talked with, there's always someone in that community that's making an effort to try to change things. And that they are determined, as she mentioned, to have the world hear their story. Look at it from our perspective. Look at what's going on with us. Look at the positive things that we have. This, though, is despite such quotes as this from Kevin Williamson, who says, nothing happened to these people, nothing happened to them. There wasn't some awful disaster. There wasn't a war or a famine or a plague or a foreign occupation. Even the economic changes of the past few decades do very little to explain the dysfunction and negligence and the incomprehensible malice of poor white American. So the gypsum business in Garbutt ain't what it used to be. There's more to life in the 21st century than wallboard and cheap sentimentality about how the man closed the factories down. The truth about these dysfunctional, downscale communities is that they deserve to die. So capacity, access to mental health care. This shows you the darker green. It shows you counties that have decreased access to health care, and as you can see, that's fairly broad through Appalachia. This is looking at the number of providers, both primary care and mental health providers in Appalachia versus the United States. And this comes through in infant mortality, which is a public health measure of the health of a community, and the potential years of lost life, like I mentioned. When the opiate crisis was occurring, there was a lot of doctors who lost their licenses because they were becoming pill mills, essentially. So you have an area that has very few doctors, and a large number of them end up in jail because of what they're doing. You have even fewer doctors, and you have even fewer doctors that are, again, going to go into that area. So mental health. What do we know about mental health in this area? What about depression? There have been very few studies, unfortunately, about depression in Appalachia. One study in a rural area showed that there was higher depression for white women than there was for urban women, and interestingly, less depression for black women than there was rural black women than there was for urban black women. This is an old study, but it shows that among Appalachia, central Appalachia has higher levels of mental distress and higher levels of depression. We did a small scale in Buchanan County a number of years ago where it was kind of a community study, and there we found that 35 to 45% of the women met criteria for clinical depression. And then we have Drew's data on the coal miners and high rates of depression, anxiety, PTSD. So there's very few epidemiological studies to go on. There are small studies, though, that suggest that the rate of depression is much higher in Appalachia than other parts of the country. Depression, anxiety, nerves, which I'll talk about in a minute, is how these people often present to us. And it's also very closely tied to family dynamics, which I'll talk about in a minute also. Trauma disorders. We said there's lots of trauma in the area, so that people come forward with trauma disorders. This is the rate of trauma that our patients have told us about. And you can see some of these categories, it's very high. What was interesting, though, is it's kind of complicated, but what this shows on the left is those people that reported trauma and had symptoms of trauma experiences, that 64% of them that had reported having trauma and having trauma symptoms. But a large proportion of people that reported that they didn't have any trauma also had trauma symptoms. And what happened was we realized we were just asking people in a very broad way, have you had something really bad happen to you in your life? And most people would say no. And what we found out, if we asked them very specific things, like have you ever been in a really bad car accident? Have you ever been shot at? Have you ever seen anybody stabbed? If we got into very specifics, they would say yes, yes, yes. And what that told us was for people that these traumas are just part of daily existence. It's part of life. It's nothing exceptional about it, even though it has psychological consequences. So the experience of trauma is very common, but trauma needs to be explicitly raised to understand it. Deaths of the despair is the area that's been used to look at this at most. Case and Deaton, who were contracted by the government to study why is it that white males' life expectancy is decreasing in this country. And they examined it, and what they showed was it was primarily white males who were not had high school education or less. And what they found was there are three markers for it, three causes for it: drug overdoses, suicide, and alcohol-related deaths. And the ARC picked this up and studied it in Appalachia, and this idea has also been very much connected with Appalachia. This is looking at the rate of deaths of despair. The blue is Central Appalachia, and the orange is the United States as a whole. So you can see that it's much higher than it is in the U.S. as a whole, and increases at a higher rate. This actually started rising before the opiates came into the area, so it can't be explained by that completely. This is showing that in Central Appalachia, it's even higher than in the rest of Appalachia. And that you can see that a lot of it is explained by drug overdoses, but there is an increasing rate of suicide as well, and alcohol-related deaths have increased just a bit. And all age groups are affected by this. It's interesting to me that those states that initially took on Obamacare, that expanded their Medicaid coverage, have done much better with this. That their rates, they're still increasing and high, but they're no different, particularly between the rural and the urban areas of these states. Whereas those states that didn't expand Obamacare have much higher rates of deaths of despair in their rural areas. Substance use disorders. Substance has been in Appalachia forever, from moonshine to most miners had a little bit of Percocet or other pain-relieving medicines because it's back-breaking work. You'd get home, you'd need to have some sort of relaxation. But then it became a really big deal when Purdue brought in OxyContin in 1997 because it was so much more potent than any kind of opiate that had been out there, and very quickly became an epidemic of dependence. They chose Appalachia on purpose to bring in OxyContin. They looked for an area that had lots of non-malignant pain, because that's what it was originally designed for. So lots of back pain, shoulder pains, this kind of things. Look for an area where there was poor. Look for an area where there was very few doctors, so there would be very few people that would blow a whistle on them. And this shows, it's a fairly famous graph showing the rise in opiate overdoses, first due to OxyContin and other pills. When those started to be controlled, then heroin increased, and now fentanyl. Initially, there were two routes to getting a hold of OxyContin. One was through going to your doctor because you had back pain and being given a lot, which then revolved into the pill mills that were there. And the other way was through family members. Families would help each other trade this and use it as essentially a type of currency. This is still going on to some degree, but now once heroin has come into the picture, the cartels have taken over so much of this. This was just showing where people originally were getting their opiates from, was primarily family members and friends. This is looking at the number of prescriptions that were written, and you can see that in the Appalachian area there's a huge increase in opiate prescriptions being written, and this was in 2016. Williamson, West Virginia has become very famous for this data, where it's a population of 3,000 people, and doctors in the town were prescribing 350,000 opiate prescriptions. This is looking at the counties in Virginia showing the high rates of overdoses, and you can see that Dickinson and Buchanan and Wise counties have the highest. This is a quote from Demon Copperhead, if you've read that. Copperfield, sorry. Copperhead. That's a misquote there. But he says, once upon a time we had our honest living that was God country. Then the world turns and there's no God anymore, no country, but it's still in our blood that coal is God's gift, and you want to believe, because otherwise it is one more scam in the fuck train that railroaded over these mountains since George Washington rode in and set his crew to cutting down their trees. Everything that could be taken is gone, mountains left with their heads blown off, rivers running black, my people are dead of trying or headed that way, addicted as we are to keeping ourselves alive. There's no more blood here to give, just war wounds, madness, a world of pain looking to be killed. This is looking at the overdose rate in Appalachia, Central Appalachia versus the United States, and you can see that it is increasing at a much higher rate. And meth has always been there, and that's coming back even stronger now. And this is looking at data in North Carolina of the death rates from that. It's not just the opiates, though. This is what's called a syndemic, where you have more than one epidemic happening at the same time. Because of heroin and injections of heroin, now there's also an increased rate in HIV and hepatitis, whereas in much of the rest of the country, the rates of those are going down. They're increasing in Appalachia. So suicide. In the South as a whole, there's higher rates of suicide by gun. And this is looking at the suicide rate in Appalachia versus the United States, and you can see that it's way above the United States average and continues to increase. We did a study looking at the counties that have high rates of suicide in Southwest Virginia, and it was counties that are predominantly white, have an average of an older population because the young people have moved out, have negative growth, the shortage of mental health workers, high rates of poverty, increased rates of marriage, again, because the single people have left, and increased infant mortality, as I said, which is a measure of just the health of a community. And firearms were the main cause. I was down in Dickinson County a while ago talking with the deputy sheriff, and at that point in the spring, they had 5 or 6 gun-related suicides. In Dickinson County is a very small place, but they had 20 overdose deaths, and he was sure that even though they get classified as overdose deaths, that a number of those were actually suicides. We then did a study where we tied our health records to the state's death records and identified those people that had come to UVA and committed suicide. And it was older white men, they were laborers, had a small farm, they had low education, in most cases their children had moved away, they were developing chronic illnesses themselves, and increasing disability. Their wife might be also ill, and as you know, being disabled is a very bad thing to happen in this population. You don't want to be disabled. And so it was seen almost as an appropriate kind of thing to take your rifle, your gun, go out into the fields, go into the barn, and shoot yourself. We talk to people that are suicidal, and they say, oh, I don't have the courage to kill myself, suggesting that it takes courage to do this. Maybe it does, but it sort of honors it. So it's seen as something that's maybe culturally appropriate to do rather than being disabled. Many of them had depression in the records or nerves, and there was a history of alcohol also. This is looking at the suicide rate in Southwest Virginia even before OxyContin came into the picture. And you can see that it's probably 2 to 3 times the rate in the United States as a whole. There are hidden suicides too, though, auto accidents and drug overdoses, which I mentioned. We did a study in Buchanan County the study with depressed women, and many of them were suicidal and had picked out a tree that they were going to drive their car into. And if you look at car accidents, mortality from car accidents, that 28 to 30% of vehicle fatalities involve roadside hazards. They're usually a single car, so these big crashes on 64 where a number of people die are not the big killers. And most of them are on rural roads, and trees were a very common rural hazard. So this is sort of evidence that this is data has some truth to it. So what happened with COVID came in? Everything got worse. Most states with Central Appalachian connections, the death rate, if you look at the death rate over the case rate, was not very different between Appalachia versus other parts of the state, except for in Virginia and Ohio, where there was a much higher death rate per case rate. This is looking specifically at Virginia, and you can see that there were less vaccinations in the Appalachian area and less case reports, but the mortality rate is much higher, suggesting that there was not adequate or appropriate care for people that had COVID. Outpatient clinics closed. A lot of the small clinics that we were dealing with closed. Telepsychiatry visits to Southwest Virginia decreased greatly as a consequence. People had even less access for mental health care. There were decreased referrals to MAT programs. Our ECHO programs, which we were using to train people in Southwest Virginia, were then focused on working with nursing homes. So what are the cultures of Appalachia? This is always a difficult thing to talk about as cultures. Ruth Benedict's a famous anthropologist, has this quote that's been attributed to her. It's not really clear whether she actually said it or not. She said, "Human beings are the same except for when they're different," which is a very ironic and telling statement to make. You have to be very careful talking about cultures because it's very easy to stereotype. And I meant to look back. Drew sent me the words I'm not supposed to be using and talk about this to get in trouble with the government. And I tried to go back and find that because I wanted to not get in trouble, but I might. So, but the purpose of anthropology is to make the world safe for human differences, which is not something that's politically correct anymore, but that's the importance of it. Appalachian culture, given the exploitation and all of that's happened and the exposure to violence, safety is a key factor for people. And safety is based on self-reliance and your independence. You need to be strong. You need to put forward a presentation to the world that you are a strong person and you can take care of yourself. And survival depends on your own ability to take care of yourself and your ability to connect with your family and bring in cousins and others if you need to. And very strategic control of your emotions. You don't get over emotional. You keep your emotions under control and use them when you really need them. Person is judged negatively if they're too emotional. It's very strongly egalitarian. Everybody is equal. Doctors that come into the area do not have prestige because they have degrees and they're a doctor. You've got to be just like everybody else in order to try to gain respect. And relationships are very personal and individual. Respect and honor are very strong. That was very important in my family. As I said, they're egalitarian. Doctors don't automatically get prestige, respect. People expect to be respected, and to disrespect somebody is a great injury to them. Honor involves your public appearance, that you keep your skeletons in your closet at home. That's why people don't like therapy particularly. They suspect people that are going to therapy are spilling family secrets, and so families will push against that. There's a lot of pragmatism. Illness is seen as just an accepted part of life, just like trauma is an accepted part of life. Illness is an accepted part of life. You're supposed to be strong and independent, and so this cuts down on preventive aspects of healthcare in the area, because to suggest that I might be vulnerable to an illness is not culturally appropriate. I'm supposed to be strong and independent. That's part of why maybe the anti-vaccine concerns are there. Illnesses can also represent a spiritual crisis for people, and decreased access to the care, though, is very fundamental to forming these values. People talk about fatalism when you read about Appalachia. It's not really fatalism, it's just sort of being pragmatic, accepting the realities of situations. They prefer medical interventions rather than being told you have to diet or you have to exercise. Just give me a pill, give me a shot, that's better. We did a study in eastern Kentucky looking at women who were depressed, and women that were depressed very much had to keep that to themselves because they were the core of their family. Everybody in the family depended on them to be the anchor, to be the stalwart person in the family to hold everybody together. And if they were depressed, if they showed that they were overwhelmed, the whole family panicked, and they would sometimes be ostracized. Had stories of women that had gone for depression, then being kept by their mothers from seeing their own children because they were now stigmatized. So women have to keep this inside themselves and not come forward for it. And it takes a lot of courage for them to actually do that. Caring for others is what their job is. The role of the family, as I mentioned before, in the opiate was opiates became sort of a currency, a way to show family members that you cared about them, to help them until it got out of control. So understanding of nerves, this is something I've been interested in and studying. When it was originally talked about in the medical literature, it was seen in a very negative kind of way, that people would talk about, I have bad nerves, I have chewed up nerves. We're seen as having inadequate, flawed personalities. It was often presented as miners who couldn't go back into the mines anymore and talked about their nerves. And you think about how dangerous mining work is, of course, they were traumatized. So this is they'll talk about how your nerves, people shake their hands, they'll talk about being shaky inside. They don't see it as a psychiatric condition. It's understood as a physical condition, and they understand it as having been related to seeing a lot of trauma in your life, more trauma than you can handle, and you can no longer present yourself as a strong, independent kind of person. So having bad nerves is a sort of an alternative way to be socially acceptable in the population. It really came to me as a 75-year-old lady I was talking to over at telepsychiatry. I often in the early days would ask, well, what's it like to see a doctor over the television like this? And she thought for a bit. She looked at me right in the eyes and said, well, it means we can't hurt each other. And I go, whoa. What does that mean? I can see how you might think I might hurt you, but that means maybe you could hurt me. And I started realizing more and more that this is all about safety and advantage and being able to take care of yourself. And they actually prefer telepsychiatry over individual face-to-face meetings because it, again, enhances that sense of safety. A 40-year-old man that I talked to said, I'm comfortable with you, but not other doctors. I feel judged by them, so I shell up inside and I don't talk. Seeing you over the television made it easier, especially at first. I would probably be okay if we met face-to-face, but I prefer the television. A 44-year-old divorced lady that I spoke to talked about her nerves were bothering her. She described not wanting to go out of the house because people would stare at her and judge her, and she would lose control of herself, and she might hit them with her cane. This was the temptation. You couldn't control your emotions, so you might get into a fight. And it's not agoraphobia. It's not fear of going out of the house because of panic attacks. It's fear of going out of the house because of interactions. Nerves runs in families. It's due to stress and trauma. People recognize that. A 40-year-old man that I talked to said that his bad nerves were all due to, this is because I have seen a lot of bad things happen in my life. A similar example. So bad nerves is a cultural construction. It's a way to deal with the trauma and the difficulty these people have. Their healthcare beliefs then are very much tied in with this. It's, as I said, part of appearing strong is not to go into preventative medicine particularly. But once you become ill, it becomes your responsibility to get yourself better. And what you do has to be balanced about your obligations to your family. So what do we do? What do we do if we're working with this population? We have a clinic or whatever, trying to connect with these people to help them. One way is community cooperation. As I said, this is a strong point in Appalachia, this idea of healthy communities develop healthy people. So all we can do to try to build up these communities. I was talking about journalism. I was interviewed by a very popular business program on an NPR a number of years ago, and a woman said, well, isn't Suboxone the miracle cure for the opioid crisis? And I said, well, maybe jobs would be. And so my interview disappeared somewhere, because, connect with communities. I do community psychiatry. I urge psychiatrists to get out into the communities, to not sit in their offices, to be a part of things, to help get to know the people in the community, to work with them, to be there as a part of things. And to find out, as she said, what does the community need? They know. What is it would help them? Not what I think would help them, but what do they think is going to help them? One way this has been organized is through the Icelandic prevention model, which has been shown to be effective in West Virginia. It developed in Iceland, and they've shown that over a number of years of using it, there's a huge drop in students using drugs and tobacco by building up the strength of the community. I'll skip through that. So how do I understand what's going on with these people? How do I build that kind of connection you all were talking about, that empathy? How do I get them to trust me and to me to trust them? You have to understand what they're talking about. What are their symptoms? As I've said, if they're talking about nerves, don't just blow it off as an anxiety kind of problem, but try to understand what this means and where it comes from, because it probably comes from trauma. Empathically connect with their anger and their fear for being mistreated as they've been mistreated. Learn about their life and where they come from, and understand what's important to them. James Griffith has written about this, talks about asking existential questions. So what's important in your life? What have been the important points in your life? Not just the doctor kind of questions, but find out about their life. And accept that uncertainty, that you aren't going to know these things, and make it okay to not be trusted, to be the other kind of one. That people are going to be reticent to talk to you until you build that personal connection with them. And that's okay. You have to accept that. You can't see their reticence as dissing you in some sort of way. So in conclusion, 3 minutes over, Central Appalachia is a region of immense social and medical needs, but has very strong communities which we need to build on. And there are efforts to make a difference. And it's an area of strong mistrust for national institutions, but we can move into the communities and help them. And if you're interested in this stuff, we're having a conference here in a couple of weeks on youth mental health. And so this is the website for it and our advertisement if you want to follow up on some of these things. So thank you very much.
Does anybody have questions for Dr. Merkel or comments?
I always have questions. It's like a professional hazard. I thank you. This is fascinating, and I feel like I learned so much that I only kind of had surface level knowledge of initially. It seems like you are driving home the point that there is like a cultural reticence toward mental health care, or just kind of like a lack of acknowledgement that there is a problem and that problem is potentially fixable. So I just wonder if there are strategies or places where, like, entry points for people to start thinking about their own mental health that way, like before they get to you, because the entry point doesn't seem like it's necessarily going to be, oh, I made an appointment with a psychiatrist.
There are, and there's an increasing number of them. A lot of communities outside this area, churches are very important for that. It often doesn't work very well in this community because being depressed is seen as being you're not connected with God. And you need to have a better connection with Jesus, and then you'll be happy. And so it's seen as a religious stigmatization. Places, though, that have community outreach people, community nurses, these have like Eastern Kentucky has a wonderful program for that. And these are people that get to know the people and can build a connection with them, and then gradually bring in the ideas that, well, yeah, you seem really depressed to me, you're not sleeping, you're not eating, maybe I could help you with this if you would like, and it takes then courage to go against some of the stigmatization of that. But that's one area that's being very effective in using community people like that.
People who are already in the community
Right, right.
and addressing those concerns.
That are going to also deal with the diabetes and the hypertension and these kinds of things too, but can then bring this up, there's trust there and such. So that's one way that it's being very much approached.
Anybody else? Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Merkel. We'll take a 10-minute break. We'll get started back again at 11:15. We're going to come around and pick up your evaluations if you didn't have a chance to fill them out yet.
Yeah, if you will, maybe if you all will put your pre-evaluations up here on this table, that would be great. And then I'll collect them. Thank you. We'll go ahead and get started again with the next session. I'm Teresa Burris. I'm part of the team planning this second annual event, and glad to see you all out here. I'm at Emory-Henry University, and I'm very honored to introduce Dr. Aisha Bodenhammer, who is an associate professor of sociology at Radford University, where she specializes in environmental sociology, energy transitions, and sustainable community development. She also currently serves as the sustainability manager at the university. Her research and teaching focus on the intersection of social and environmental issues, with particular attention to how energy and sustainability policies shape local communities. I'm going to put my reading glasses on. Aisha has been studying the coal industry since 2008 as an undergraduate student at Radford University, where she worked with me, to date myself. She devoted most of her graduate work at North Carolina State University to studying coal mining issues in central Appalachia, ranging from community perceptions of surface coal mining to the resurgence of black lung. She has published widely and presented at national and international conferences as far away as China. Her work has been shared on NPR, PBS, and the New York Times. Please welcome Dr. Aisha Bodenhammer.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate the invitation to speak today. And as Teresa said, we've known each other for a very long time, so wouldn't be here without her. So just to give you a little brief outline of where we're going in this talk, I'm going to give you a little bit of background knowledge of how I became interested in this topic, but I'll also share with you some of the history of black lung, which I find really fascinating. And I'll talk about the Coal Mine Health and Safety Act of 1969, and then I'll also share with you some of my research findings from over the years. So I always like to start off with talking about how I got interested in this work. Everybody always asks, are you from a coal mining family? And I'm not, although my stepmother does have a coal miners in her family. But as Teresa said, in 2008, I actually went with her on a trip up to see a surface mine near Caford Mountain. And it was there that we talked with Larry Gibson. Some of you may remember Larry Gibson from back in the day, but he was a well-known environmental activist, and he's since passed. But I remember, still to this day, standing there looking out on this active surface mine, and I was flooded with emotions, and I was flooded with all these questions. And he shared with us that his mountain, Caford, was once the lowest mountain in that range, and now, after that area has been heavily mined, it's actually one of the tallest. And so the questions that I had was, how is this legal? How can these companies come in and decimate the second most biodiverse region of the world to extract coal? And why do people not know where their electricity comes from and the destruction that that causes for both humans and the land? So I started to explore these questions once I started at graduate school at North Carolina State University, where I worked on both my master's and dissertation in sociology. So over the years, I've collected and interviewed about 75 research participants in the coal fields of Appalachia, and I've conducted content analyses of hundreds of pages of law and websites and government documents, and I've conducted participant observations of Black Lung Association meetings and National Coalition meetings dating back as far as 2016. So what I'm going to share with you today is really just a compilation woven into a story, right, of all these things that I've gathered over the years. So I want to talk a little bit about peak coal. So as I've been doing this work for many years now, I've watched coal go from supplying about 50% of our electricity, what feels like just a few short years ago, to now less than 16%. This has led to a massive shift in coal production since 2000. What we'll call peak coal happened in 2008, which was the height of coal production in the United States. And since then, it's been on this precipitous decline, regardless of whichever political party has been in office. The decline of coal is often scapegoated onto environmentalists. In fact, I'll never forget one of my earlier interviews when a mine worker told me, everybody loves coal unless you're a bra-burning, tree-hugging feminazi, right? So now I can laugh about that, but at the time I was wide-eyed and very green, right? But as I've noted, coal has continued to decline even under Republican administrations. In large part, this decline is due to natural limits of some mines being mined out that will never produce again. In other cases, it's because of the surge of natural gas extraction and renewable energy that has now become cheaper to extract and a cheaper means of producing electricity. Renewable energy, including solar, wind, and hydropower, actually surpassed the capacity of coal for electricity generation in 2021, and it's continued to be the fastest growing energy sector at this time. So every time I look at coal production or employment data, it declines every single time. Since 2001, underground production of coal has decreased 53%. For surface production, it's declined 79%. For employment, 51%. I understand that these realities are difficult for some people to accept, right? Given the legacy of coal in the United States, the role that it played to supply electricity through the Industrial Revolution, World War I, World War II, coal electrified and modernized this country in ways that nothing else has, right? And I understand how working in the industry has made the difference between abject poverty for some and putting food on the table for Central Appalachians. I also understand how much pride and familialism is tied to working in the mines. So one thing is for certain, as I've done this work over many years, there's a strong sense of pride in this family connection from almost every miner I've ever talked with. So this first quote here, I never wanted to quit coal mining. I had to come out of the mines. I enjoyed my job. It provided for my family. Coal mining was just a way of life for me. My dad did it, his dad did it. I enjoyed getting up and going to work and doing things that provided for my family. Another quote here, it's just a different type of men you work with. I think we have more of a family value, wanting to take care of their family, do right by them. And then when something like this happens to you, it's a devastating blow. I was talking about getting black lung. It was for me. It gives you a sense of success when you can go in the mine and work a shift and mine all that coal. It is a prosperity that you are feeling. The dangers, the dust, the noise, the pollution, the air pollution, you're putting your health at risk every day, and certainly your safety. So what I've gathered is that coal miners typically love their jobs, even in the face of danger, and many would go back tomorrow if they could. But I also understand the number of lives lost due to unionization struggles, the largest, bloodiest battles fought in the United States outside of the Civil War, and the lives claimed in the mines through accidents, willful violations, such as the Upper Big Branch mine explosion and the silent killer of black lung. Coal in Appalachia has a fascinating and seductive history. Despite unionization efforts and political and market techniques, coal employment and production have continued to decline for several decades. Most recent projections claim that coal will never bounce back to the industry it once was in the United States. Surprisingly, though, despite all of this evidence that coal mining has been in decline for decades, people living in the historically coal-dependent regions still believe that coal jobs will come back. In fact, roughly 85% of respondents rated future coal jobs as very possible or somewhat possible in a survey conducted in 2017. It would be interesting to see if the same results would be found today if the study was replicated. But the prominence of coal has always reflected, or was reflected in the qualitative findings as well, showing that 24% of open-ended comments referenced coal. One 82-year-old respondent said, "Coal has been good for all of us and still is." Others, mostly younger participants, noted a need to diversify the economy in historically coal-dependent communities, stating, "We need a radical shift in our community. We were completely dependent on coal, and it was taken from us. If coal comes back, great, but we cannot depend on that. We need new industries." So even a more recent survey I conducted in 2019, respondents were split between those who thought coal jobs were viable and others who were more interested in expanding job opportunities to vocations such as welding, carpentry, technology, engineering. In fact, there was a desperation among these coal miners begging for more opportunities for young people in their areas because what this miner said, "There ain't nothing here." Black lung, formerly known as coal workers' pneumoconiosis, or CWP, has an interesting history in Appalachia as well. We know that black lung is a preventable lung disease if dust exposure is properly mitigated in the mines. We also know that the disease is caused by chronic inhalation of coal and silica dust in coal mining operations. Black lung has claimed the lives of over 200,000 miners in the United States since 1900, and over 10,000 of those since the 1990s. Here I show a picture of an explanted lung of a 60-year-old miner who had 35 years in the mines. You can clearly see the damage caused by a long tenure career in coal mining. Black lung has a long history of contestation, stemming from both the industry and physicians over the years who have denied that black lung existed and there were problems with diagnosis. The first reported case of black lung ever was a British coal miner in 1831. But it still took until the early 1940s in Great Britain for the disease to be considered legitimate. It took even longer for black lung to be recognized as a legitimate occupational disease in the United States. In fact, in the United States, miners were often told by their employers that coal dust was good for them. And the evidence that they used for that was to say miners had fewer cases of lung cancer and tuberculosis. Coal operators and physicians alike denied the existence and the seriousness of black lung in the United States for 138 years after the first identified case in Great Britain. Black lung wasn't taken seriously until the black lung movement came to fruition on November 20th, 1968. And this was when 78 miners died in the Farmington mine disaster in West Virginia. Even though this disaster was not really related to black lung, it was used as a political platform for the discussion and implementation of greater safety standards in the mines. In February of 1969, over 40,000 miners went on strike, shutting down the majority of coal production in West Virginia. In December of 1969, a little under a year after the Farmington mine disaster, Congress passed the Coal Mine Health and Safety Act. The act was widely celebrated as a massive transformation in the regulation of occupational health and safety and led to a precipitous decline in the prevalence of black lung from about 30% of miners to 3%. Everyone thought that black lung would be completely eradicated. With the Coal Mine Health and Safety Act of 1969, it was celebrated as a massive win for occupational health and safety. and it helps strengthen those preventative measures for disease in the mines. So what it did, it required annual inspections, 4 per year for underground mines and 2 per year for surface mines, which I personally feel like that's still not enough, right? It established fines for violations and criminal penalties for willful violations. It set the standard for the respirable dust limit of 2 milligrams per cubic meter. It gave miners the right to request inspections. It provided a training program for miners, a surveillance program through NIOSH, and it required mechanical controls be put in the mines to help control the level of dust. And it also helped establish a black lung benefits program. So I want to pause for just a second and note that it's super important to realize that respirators are not an approved method of black lung prevention, nor have they ever been. In fact, there have been a number of high-profile lawsuits among miners that have filed suits about the PPE that these companies have claimed would prevent black lung. What I find interesting about this is that the majority of miners mention respirators as a first line of defense. The Coal Mine Health and Safety Act actually reads verbatim, "Use of respirators shall not be substituted for environmental control measures in the active workings." Instead, dust is intended to be controlled in the mines using environmental controls, such as ventilation, water sprays, and dust collection. But yet, miners routinely tell me that their employers say that they should wear a respirator, and then when they find it difficult to wear one while working, because it is, and that's really not their intended use, they're blamed for their own negligence. Misinformation has been pervasive in recent years, and the myth that respirators are acceptable controls against black lung should be eliminated. I'll read some more quotes here. "We were told if you wear a mask, you will not get black lung, but it was found that microdust could go right through those filters." Other miners believe that there's no way to prevent black lung. There ain't no way of preventing it. They make respirators, some do, some don't wear them. I don't see any way of avoiding black lung. Despite decades of research showing the resurgence of black lung and the accumulation of combustible materials, in other words, coal dust, is still the most frequently cited MSHA violation. In 2024, there were 3,412 dust violations, and those were just the ones that were caught. Regardless of laws, regulations, and best practices, without proper enforcement or the willingness of coal operators to comply, unfortunately, miners are still being exposed to too much dust, as stated by this research participant. It's not rocket science. You get black lung from breathing too much coal dust. It's very simple, and we know what causes it. We know how to prevent it. We know that the measures in place in the law can prevent the majority of disease that's out there. And the frustration for me is the fact that that is not upheld. Over the years, I've had multiple miners and federal workers tell me stories about how coal companies have falsified dust samples. Some researchers look at reported dust samples from the coal companies to try to uncover why black lung was resurgent. And the dust samples that were submitted seem to be going down over time, not up. But when federal agencies began discussing decreasing the respirable dust limit, coal companies said that the newly proposed 1.5 dust limit was impossible. But yet the data that they had been routinely submitting was less than that. So it kind of made people realize they had been falsifying their records. Another story shared by a federal employee reads, MSHA caught the company red-handed because they'd show up and they're at the power center and there's a fresh air intake there. The dust pumps that are supposed to be on the continuous mine operator who's up at the section mining are hanging there, and management is sitting under them. This is exactly what we think happens. But it's very difficult to catch them in the act of doing that. I think hiding dust pumps was so routine in the industry for years that most miners didn't think anything of it. It was just part of what happened. It's just sad. You hear about these things during the case of a miner who's got serious lung disease, and he's recounting all the times that the company was hiding dust pumps from the regulators. The Black Lung Benefits Program provides benefits to those totally disabled by black lung. And for those who've experienced submitting black lung claims, you all know how burdensome this is to prove total disability at times. Initially, the way this was set up, the coal industry was not financially responsible for the very disease that they were causing among miners. However, this all changed when Congress shifted the cost burden from the Social Security Administration to the Department of Labor in 1973. The Black Lung Disability Trust Fund utilizes an excise tax paid by coal operators at a rate of $1.10 per ton of underground coal mined and 55 cents per ton of surface mined coal. And I just found out that any coal that is exported is not you don't get the fees for that. This excise tax was made permanent and unchanged in the recent Inflation Reduction Act of 2022 under the Biden administration, despite this fund running at a deficit since its inception. The trust fund continues to be a contentious social and political issue, but was initially designed to cover claims for miners working prior to 1970 with no responsible operator being identified, which tends to be your last coal employer, and if an operator was in payment default. So you can also see, as of 2023, what those benefits are, the monthly benefits. So there are a couple major issues with relying on the Black Lung Disability Trust Fund to pay for miners' benefits. One is the excise tax has never been high enough to sustain the program, as mentioned on congress.gov's website. They had this quote: "The coal excise tax has not generated enough revenue to meet the trust fund's obligations. Thus, additional funds have been provided from the general fund of the Treasury." So in other words, you can interpret that as taxpayer dollars are actually subsidizing the coal industry and paying for black lung claims. West Virginia alone has had more than 137,000 claimants file for benefits since 1973. As of 2023, only 4,208 claims are active in pay status. That's less than 3% of claims in active pay status. And I understand that some of those have probably passed as well. The second largest issue is coal companies filing for Chapter 11 bankruptcy, which absolves them of the responsibility to pay for black lung benefits. In 2015, 3 of the top 5 coal companies, which were responsible for 57% of coal production, filed bankruptcy. Over the last couple of decades, 50 coal producers have filed for bankruptcy. And I thought this quote was interesting. It says, "Despite President Trump's efforts to revive the industry, more coal-fired plants were shut down in his opening 2 years in office than in Obama's entire first term." As coal companies file for bankruptcy, more cases default to trust fund cases, which adds additional pressure to the already struggling fund. Something else I've noticed over the years is the denial of black lung benefits claims and how that remains one of the most pressing issues for miners today. So cases can go back and forth between the miner and employer for years, even decades, depending on the particular case. One miner said that he has been fighting his black lung claim for 10 years. He said, "It can go on a long time. They let the company appeal cases that they shouldn't have no appeal, is clearly one, but they let them appeal. A director of a black lung clinic echoes similar concerns. In a black lung claim, you've got so many different steps that it goes up and down the ladder 20, 30 times over a period of 10, 15, 20 years. And this is with folks that are very, very sick. The adversarial nature of black lung claims appears to be unique, as other federal compensation programs, such as the Nuclear Weapons Workers and Longshore and Harbor Workers' Compensation Act, do not typically operate the same way as the Black Lung Benefits Program. And in the case of Black Lung Benefits claims, you can almost assume that it will be contested by the responsible operator or an insurance company responsible paying for these benefits. So a couple quotes I have here that say, if the company files for bankruptcy, the insurance carrier is still responsible for the coal miner's disability check, and they will fight it. Another one said, about 85% of the time when we do make an award, the coal company will object and take it to the ALJ, the administrative law judge, then the board, their benefits review board, and then oftentimes all the way to the circuit court, sometimes to the Supreme Court, if they feel like they've got a constitutional argument. We've known now that black lung has been resurgent since about the early 2000s. And since then, multiple studies have come out that have shown that the worst cases of PMF and rapidly progressive black lung disease can be found right here in Central Appalachia, namely Kentucky, Virginia, and West Virginia. This question still haunts me. Why Central Appalachia? And I'm still trying to answer that. Since then, studies have shown that many of these cases are younger miners. In fact, Brad was telling me this morning that he saw a miner come in recently with showing early signs of black lung, and he was 30 years old, right? And those with less tenure in the mines. So black lung used to be perceived as this old man's disease, but now it's becoming more and more toxic over time. Presently, 1 out of 5 miners that's been in the mines over 25 years has black lung. In another recent study conducted by Harris and others, they found that 86% of PMF cases are in Kentucky, West Virginia, and Virginia. That's 86%. So what does that mean? And why is black lung overwhelmingly resurgent in Central Appalachia when Wyoming is the largest producer of coal? And they're not seeing the same prevalence of disease. So why is it so much worse in Appalachia? Some folks have tried to figure this out. Some claim that it's the technology, such as the continuous mine operators, that just allows for that incessant gnawing away of the coal seams, regardless of how big they are, that's throwing immense amounts of dust and silica, right? Others claim that it is the thin seam mining. So since those large coal seams in Appalachia are gone, there's higher exposure to silica dust because you're mining more rock than coal. Others claim that miners are too afraid to be screened for black lung for fear of being fired or being labeled a whistleblower. Other researchers point out that the work shift has become longer and there are fewer breaks, more overtime. So you have more exposure to dust, but less time to clear your lungs as well. And others have pointed to the lack of training or adequate resources in smaller mines that are more often found in Central Appalachia. So despite all this research, we have known about the dangers of silica dust since 1930, nearly a century ago, with the construction of the Hawks Nest Tunnel through the Gauley Mountain in West Virginia. There's a picture of it there. We also know that silica dust exposure has gotten worse in recent years due to thin seam mining. During the Hawks Nest Tunnel project, there were approximately 5,000 men working on that project, and at least 764 died almost immediately due to silicosis. making it one of the worst occupational disasters in the United States. Many others died following their work on the job, also due to silica exposure. What I find extremely frustrating about this is that OSHA has had a silica rule in place since 1971. That was updated in 2016. Meanwhile, it's taken decades for a silica rule to be put in place for coal miners. Why? If silica is a danger in one industry, is it not assumed that it's dangerous in others as well? Some research participants have said it's 50 times worse to breathe silica. Technology has allowed much of this to happen to continue to mine small seams at a profit. So the long-awaited MSHA silica rule came out, as Drew was talking about earlier, last April 18th, 2024. And as of April 11, 2025, enforcement of the silica rule is temporarily paused until litigation is concluded, as the Natural Stone, Sand, and Gravel Association and the National Mining Association filed suit against MSHA, stating that the new rule was an overstep of the agency. So every day that this rule is paused, we're continuing to put our miners at risk. Over the years, collecting the stories of coal miners and others involved with the industry, themes of sacrifice and fear continue to resonate. Miners have expressed that they have sacrificed their bodies to provide for their families and that coal operators will not comply with the law. This first quote reads, "It's just part of the job, I guess. I made a good living and I sacrificed my body, but I was able to take care of my family. So to me personally, the trade-off was worth it to take care of my family. But it is what it is. All you can do is take it day by day and do the best we can do." Another miner said, "I said to a legislator one time, it wouldn't matter if you set the dust limit to zero. If you set a law saying no dust was allowed because they are not going to comply with the law anyway." So miners are coming into the job with these assumptions in their head. Others routinely express that they fear for their jobs, especially them being so scarce, and if miners won't comply, they'll get fired. Others have shared stories about fear of getting screened for black lung or utilizing their Part 90 rights to request a less dusty job. Again and again, miners express that they have accepted their fate with getting black lung as long as it means they can provide for their families. In the year 2025, workers should not have to choose between their health or putting food on the table for their families. But this has become commonplace in central Appalachia, even though we know this is a preventable disease. This last quote here says, "The jobs are scarce, so the companies, hold that over you if you don't want to mine this way, because they want to mine the cheapest. They don't put up any ventilation. They don't put the curtain up. And if you say anything about it, there's 3 guys outside waiting for your job." So in conclusion, hopefully this has shown some of the misconceptions and the missed opportunities that face coal miners in Central Appalachia. In my experience with nearly 20 years following the coal industry, studying their rhetoric, talking with miners and others working to help coal miners, such as yourselves, they face incredible risk every day in the mines, and most of it can be prevented. We have focused on decreasing mine disasters, which is great, but black lung is a much greater silent killer that deserves much more attention. Miners need to know the facts about black lung. They need to be routinely screened for the development of black lung without fear of being stigmatized and losing their jobs. They need to be protected from being fired for being concerned about their health, and the coal operators need to be held accountable. I fear that as the coal industry continues to experience this economic squeeze, their practices will become riskier and riskier, in order to eke out whatever profits remain in these mountains. So I do implore you to stand up for miners, their health and their well-being and their rights in an effort to reverse the trend of resurgent black lung in central Appalachia. Thank you very much.
Any questions, comments?
Thank you very much for that extraordinarily disquieting presentation.
Really hard time hearing you for some reason.
I just thanked you for your presentation. Is there anything that gives you hope or optimism?
I always joke that I'm a sociologist, so we don't have a lot of that, right? But, hope or optimism in this case. I was thrilled when I heard about the silica rule, right? I think that was a big step forward that we've been waiting on for a long time. I have hope that that will be reinstated and that that will help, because you talk to these folks in the room and you look at the research, it's very clear that the silicosis is exacerbating the black lung, right? So I do feel optimistic about that, right? I'm impressed with the folks that I've met over the years that work at the black lung clinics, and they're doing a phenomenal job. And I think the fact that some of these black lung clinics are that lifeline for these miners, they're doing really good work. And the research also shows with that the miners that are working with the black lung clinics, they have a far better success rate at getting their benefits actually secured than those who even use attorneys most of the time. So I think that work is amazing and should be celebrated for sure. So I think those are my two big points of optimism, right? The black lung clinics and hopefully this silica rule coming back.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments?
Thanks. Fantastic. So I had a similar experience. Pretty much, I think every coal miner I've ever spoken to has said that they love their job, that they would love to still be doing that job, and that if they could live their life again, they would be a coal miner. Mm-hmm. And I asked a doctor who also himself had been a coal miner about that, and he explained it so eloquently that I think as long as I live, I'll never forget his answer. And he said, you have to love it because it's an almost unbearable job. But so here's my question. What I was really struck by is that, like, to a man, they talk about how they loved coal mining and they followed their father and his father underground. But I kept hearing again and again that they didn't want their son to go underground, or that they were so glad their grandchildren weren't going underground.
Right.
And so I wonder if you think that there's a cultural shift happening, not necessarily away from the pride, but away from the, like, accepted inevitability of it.
I think that's a fair question, and I appreciate that. I think that's a great point, and I've noticed some of that as well, right? That they're starting to say, go to college, get your education, go do something else. And I think part of it is, coal miners are well aware that they've experienced this exploitation, right? They know that the coal company is taking advantage of their labor, right? And the fact that they're subjecting themselves to risk every day. I think it's also maybe coming from miners realizing that the tide is turning with coal, right? I think for probably the last, I'd say decade and a half, there was this idea that coal's gonna come back, right? That's just politics, and we get the right politician in place, it'll come back roaring, right? And we just haven't seen that. And I think that reality is starting to sink in that, yes, I don't think coal mining will disappear. I really don't, or at least not in our lifetimes, I imagine. But As far as what it was, it will never be again, right? As far as just, that's what you did. That's where you went and got your job out of school, or even not having to graduate, right? I always joked that coal miners made more money than I did with a PhD, right? But that tide is shifting for sure. And I think it's a painful thing for people to think about and discuss, but it is happening, I think. Yeah.
Any other questions or comments? I just want to say, too, that for those of you who came last year, show of hands. So I also want to give a shout out to the women coal miners. We have been talking about the men coal miners, but as you all know, last year we had representation from women miners as well. They are the minority by far, but
Yeah. And I appreciate that, Teresa. And the reason why, I talk about it as the men and the sons is I know they exist, but I haven't had an opportunity to engage with them, to be honest.
yeah. Go ahead.
I'm wondering what your thoughts are as this industry maybe does go away. What would replace it in the region? Because it has been such a big part of the region. And I know we've heard a lot about kind of this, like, the whole idea that this region is impoverished and all those, maybe some stereotypes. Like, how do you get past that if this industry then also vanishes? Like, what is the future of this region, and how do people lift themselves out of poverty if there isn't that industry?
Yeah, I think it's a great
Without
question.
leaving, because I think that that's the problem, right? So go to
Brain
college, go get a good job, and go to the city. That's not going to help this
Right.
region or
Right.
the regions.
No, I understand that for sure. I think if you look at what the Appalachian Regional Commission has been trying to do recently, they have been pumping millions, billions of dollars into the region. And what I'm noticing is they're not so much focusing on big business, but small business that you start yourselves, right? So I think they're starting to realize that we may not bring in big manufacturing facilities, although if you really look at the data, there are some there, right? That's an interesting shift recently, is that you're seeing all these small Appalachian towns kind of revitalize themselves, right? As these cute little idyllic towns where you can ride your bike and play in the creek and whatever, right? So if you think about even Damascus down the road has become this interesting tourism hub with the Virginia Creeper Trail and part of the Appalachian Trail, and they have their trail days, and they've developed all these other local businesses. I feel like that is what people are leaning into. And again, I feel like maybe that's in part because they don't want to work for big business anymore, right? They've experienced that exploitation and they were looking for something different. But I feel like that is part of it. But thinking about the deaths of despair, the depression, the opioid addiction, I mean, there's so many compounding factors of problems, right? That to make Appalachians feel confident enough, right, that they can do this work, they can build these businesses, I think is a barrier that needs to be focused on, right? You do have a voice, you are smart, you can do these things, would help immensely, yeah. But ecotourism has been a big thing, although there are some issues with that as well, right? A lot of those jobs are seasonal or they're not lucrative. So it is going to be an interesting shift. And based on some other work that I've seen, there's been a push to still work in the energy sector, whether that's building or putting up windmills or solar panels, but there's still pretty extreme resistance to that in the area that has been historically coal dependent. Maybe that'll change with time, I don't know. But I guess it just feels like it stings a little bit. I'm not sure, right, what they're experiencing there. But that has been a push, but it has not been as popular as people thought it would be. Yeah. I hope that helps.
Anybody else? All right, well, let's thank Dr. Bodenhammer. What now?
I have the intro. All right, we have one more talk this morning before lunch. My pleasure to introduce three panelists. We've never done a sort of panel discussion like this before here, so hopefully this will be very interactive. I have three people to introduce. The first is Dr. Scott Laney. He was raised in eastern Colorado, the flat part, as he says. Life took him to upstate New York, Atlanta, Pittsburgh, and Vermont through an EIS fellowship, and then landed in Morgantown about 2 decades ago, where he works as an epidemiologist at NIOSH, part of the CDC. Also, Dr. Naomi Hall finished her education with a PhD at Case Western, also an EIS CDC graduate, also worked for almost a decade at NIOSH in Morgantown. And Sam Petsank, who was raised in Morgantown, law degree at Washington and Lee, which is the only law school in the country that has a black lung clinic, I believe. And Sam's an attorney in West Virginia, has a career dedicated towards better wages, working conditions, retirement benefits for coal miners. He's recently been a big part of the lawsuit that led to NIOSH's program still being in existence here. I think all three panelists have been tireless advocates for all the stuff we care about here, coal miners and their health and safety, and we're pleased to welcome them here this morning. I have a few questions that I wrote out for our panelists, and I'm very happy if anyone would like to ask them questions during this discussion as topics come up that help clarify things. I'm going to give you all a copy of these. And to start off, I'm going to ask Noemi to sort of describe the Coworkers Health Surveillance Program and sort of why did it start, who can participate, how does someone participate, who pays for it, and is there any part that's required to participate in?
Okay, so that's definitely a lot to cover, and I think the background, we'll start with Scott to give some of the background of Part 90 and CWHSP.
Sure. So, Dr. Bodenhammer just gave us a really good introduction to how this all came about, and this is a bit of a prop, but I thought I would bring it anyway just to demonstrate that this is the 1969 Coal Mine Health and Safety Act complete legislative agenda at the time. So this was published around 1972 when they look back, and this is the complete congressional record of all of the arguments and the level of the text. And so the reason I bring this to show you is this is not something that was just put together capriciously. This was well-reasoned, well-thought-out, well-researched, and is the foundation upon which our program rests, and IMSHA's program in existence rests. So this is just the example to 72. There's been amendments in 77 and rulemaking on top of this that would probably reach the ceiling. But my point in this is that we've spent a lot of research, a lot of time working on this as a community together to bring together the protections that coal miners receive today. And part of that is the Part 90 program, which is what we're going to talk about today, and we can walk through that a little bit more, but I'll let you talk about the Coal Workers Health Surveillance Program and what that is and the specifics.
Yeah, so what we'll be talking about today, I'll be describing the CWHSP, the Coal Workers Health Surveillance Program, as an umbrella, and then Part 90 eligibility is within that from the NIOSH perspective. So who's eligible to participate in the Coal Workers Health Surveillance Program? It's all active miners across the entire United States, and we also do allow retired miners to come to our mobile unit and participate as well. Then we have, how do they participate in the CWHSP? There are essentially two ways to participate in CWHSP. The first is through if you're an active miner, through your mine operator. Every 5 years, there's a 6-month open period. They must post and make it aware, make all miners aware that they can go to a clinic, which should be close by, to be able to get their CWHSP examination. And that's one way. And the mine operator takes care of that. They must pay for that. There's also the NIOSH mobile unit, and our mobile unit travels throughout the country. Recently, we've been sticking to Central Appalachia, in Kentucky, Virginia, West Virginia, a little bit of Pennsylvania and Ohio as well. But we travel and go to either mine sites or mining communities, and it doesn't, participation for a miner at the mobile unit doesn't have to be during their mine's open period. It could be anytime, and that is, again, no cost to the miner. So a lack of insurance should never prevent a miner from participating in the CWHSP. No miner should pay out of pocket for CWHSP exams. And what does that examination include? There is, primarily, this has always been the case since it started in 1970, 1971, that there is a chest x-ray. That happens. There's also, since 2014, spirometry is part of the CWHSP exam, as well as a health assessment. And we also collect the work history of the miner. And, okay, so that's how they participate, who is eligible, do they have to pay out of pocket, who's paying for this? It is no cost to the miner. Okay.
So the one thing I'll add about who's eligible to participate currently in the Coal Workers Health Surveillance Program is all coal miners in the United States, underground and surface. And all of the same provisions with a medical examination and the rights conferred to them are available to coal miners in the United States, and this was codified with the 2014 updated rule. Since then, and we've talked about it a little bit today, the silica rule is going to expand who is eligible and required to participate, and this will include metal, non-metal miners. That rule, I think I'll let Sam talk a little bit more about the status of where that is and what we might be able to anticipate moving forward and whether we can bring this type of medical screening to the metal, non-metal miners.
And I think that you also asked about, is any of this mandatory? So for CWHSP, the only examinations that are mandatory are when a miner enters the industry, they must have a CWHSP examination completed. So they must have an x-ray done and spirometry. And the spirometry part has been more recent, but this mandatory initial examination has been in place since our program has been in place since 1970. And the remainder, so there's an initial mandatory examination, and then within 3 years of starting work, you have to have another x-ray. But then for the remainder of your career, then it is optional to participate. It's voluntary for the miner to go and get the CWHSP exam. And also within this is participation in Part 90, that is completely voluntary.
Going off script a little bit, but why is the first two exams mandatory and then everything else not mandatory?
So this is definitely part of the discussions that surrounded this 1969 law. Yes, politics. But essentially, you need to have a baseline to say that, okay, what is the health of the miner when they're entering employment? If they already have some sort of respiratory impairment that is visible on spirometry, you would want to know about that. And also, there's an increased likelihood of catching, well, specifically for spirometry. So within the first 3 years of working, if you have a precipitous decline, if you have, I think, 20% decline in your spirometry within the first 3 years, that's a major issue, and you need to have further follow-up. Scott?
Yeah, I mean, there's a long history of why it's like this. There's been a lot of back and forth about whether there should be mandatory x-ray screening throughout your entire career. It would certainly make my life as an epidemiologist much easier if we had complete data and people just got their x-rays when they were supposed to and the system would work like it did. It's part of those arguments related to do you compel people to do a medical examination that they don't want? The union took a very strong approach about this in the early days and didn't want to have mandatory participation in medical screening for a number of reasons. The industry has consistently taken the other side, and we have conversations periodically about this issue, but it's mostly a political decision.
And what happens with the results? So who gets results? How do they get notified?
So NIOSH gets the results. They're taken either from the mobile unit or from the clinics. They're sent directly to NIOSH. NIOSH interprets those findings and sends them directly to the minor and no one else. At that point, it's up to the minor whether or not they want to share that information with their own private physician, which we certainly encourage for the reasons of clinical management. They can also use their Part 90 transfer rights, and we haven't really defined what that means, and perhaps, Sam, you might want to describe a little bit about what Part 90 is.
Sure. Yeah. I think it's on.
Okay. So Part 90 refers to Part 90 of Chapter 30 of the Code of Federal Regulations. And that is a section of the Department of Labor Code that implements a very powerful right that American miners enjoy under the Mine Act, coal miners. And that is, if an American coal miner has evidence that they are developing pneumoconiosis, X-ray evidence, CAT scan evidence, biopsy evidence, and they send that evidence to NIOSH, and NIOSH agrees through their program that you do you are developing pneumoconiosis, then you have a right as a miner to demand a transfer, and to transfer to a different job at your mine, keeping the same mine, same shift, and same pay. Same mine, same shift, same pay. And your right in that transfer is that you are moved to a non-dusty job. And the operator has the duty then to run a dust pump on you to verify that you are not exposed to any appreciable ongoing respirable dust, so that you can avoid developing progressive massive fibrosis or the more fatal forms of the disease. So that's what Part 90 is in a nutshell, and it's a very powerful right, and thankfully, because of a lot of advocacy over the last four or 5 years, participation in the exercising of Part 90 transfer rights has increased tenfold in this country, and it's really been a great testament to a lot of advocacy over the last 4 or 5 years, and we can talk more about that.
And maybe I'll just put in a point of why it's so important. I mean, we understand scientifically the exposure-response relationship between inhalation of coal mine dust and the development of black lung disease. There is a pretty clear exposure-response pathway. The more dust you breathe, the worse your disease may get. Once you get a certain level of black lung disease, it can continue to progress even absent further exposure because of the immunological processes. This is a progressive disease. We want to identify this early in its phase, remove someone from exposure so that we can avoid that threshold where they will just go on to progress. And so this is really the crux of Part 90, is early identification of disease, removal from exposure, retention of their jobs and their pay. And so that's the whole point of the thing.
So if in 2014 we've recognized we should be screening people with both breathing tests and x-rays, because as most people in this room know, we can have legal pneumoconiosis, so you might have a normal x-ray, but an abnormal breathing test because of their dust. Is this room for improvement in Part 90 where we're only allowing people that have an abnormal x-ray to ask for a job transfer when they might have a normal x-ray but very severe breathing tests? And do I get it right where they're not eligible for Part 90 if they only have an abnormal breathing test and not an abnormal x-ray?
That's right. And, you know, this goes back to I helped craft some of the language in the 2014 rule, and it was really a battle of what would be tolerable to industry and to the workers, and the X-rays are pretty, for as old as they are, they're pretty sensitive for identification of coal workers' pneumoconiosis. These breathing tests can demonstrate that you have impairment in your breathing, but they can't show what the cause of that impairment is directly. Now, we've known for a long time that inhalation of coal mine dust can lead to COPD, bronchitis, emphysema, but so can smoking. And so through the political process of putting these rules together and who is eligible for Part 90, that's one of the things that was heavily debated and sort of left off the table for the time being. So another political decision.
Sam, you do a lot of advocacy and policy work. Do you think there is now or will be in the future a way to improve on those programs, and how would you improve on them?
Well, I mean, all of the preventive work that the Mine Act empowers our government to do is driven by the epidemiology. So it's really important that we create a clear record about the disease burden. So that's why the Coal Workers Health Surveillance Program is so essential, and why we all have an interest in ensuring that every miner we deal with participates in the Coal Workers Health Surveillance Program so that their story can become a part of the record of this disease burden in the country. So we, Scott has voiced that it's harder to tell the story epidemiologically, I guess, based on pulmonary function than it is based on imagery. So NIOSH has sort of told us that they need this program to be driven by imagery, but within that limitation, we do have the ability to take a miner who has CAT scan evidence, for instance. If you have a CAT scan, you might not have an X-ray. You might have gone to your doctor for a cancer screening and you got a lung biopsy that shows coal dust in your lung. You can send that biopsy to NIOSH, and they'll want you to get X-rayed and participate in the Coal Workers Health Surveillance Program as well, and you should. But there are a number of on-ramps for people to get connected to the Coal Workers Health Surveillance Program as it is currently. And so there's already some liberality in how you can get people into this program. And I think that my understanding from NIOSH is that that's about as flexible as they can be whilst defending the epidemiology, the integrity of the research that they're doing. And so I understand that. And I think we've gotten to a point where as the data, and maybe you can update us on the numbers, but I think we've seen at least a tenfold increase over the last 5 years in exercise of transfer rights, and there's far more people that participate in the program. So I think that we have a lot of ways to make sure that people who need this program get access to it. I don't know that we need to necessarily find a way for PFTs to be an on-ramp to the job transfer program, because really, if you've got evidence of pneumoconiosis on a high-resolution CAT scan, it's probably pretty I mean, I'm not a doctor, but I would say it's probably unlikely you're going to have significant pulmonary functional impairment anyway.
I guess to sort of add on to how can we do things better moving forward, a lot of the discussions that we've been having with the Department of Labor, the federal system's benefits program, is to whether the examination should include CT or low-dose CT. Now, for surveillance purposes, this is something that's done in Australia, where they use low-dose CT. The price of this has really come down. The levels of radiation have come down. The levels of risk have come down. I can certainly see a future where we're using enhanced medical imaging techniques to better define this moving forward. I'm not sure that we've got the tools right now with pulmonary function. You probably have a better idea about that with a good occupational history, good exposure history. Often that's what's lacking to link pulmonary deficits, particularly when you have multiple pulmonary injuries from various sources.
Scott and Noemi, you both have published a lot about barriers to participating in either the surveillance program or the Part 90 program. Can you talk just a little bit about what the barriers y'all found in your studies?
Well, one of the most recent barriers is that we were fired and the program was canceled. So that's certainly a barrier for participation in the Coal Workers Health Surveillance Program, as if these programs are eliminated through federal action. But I'm being a little bit cheeky. I do want to say thanks to everyone who has come out into the streets, who's gone to us with Washington, who's written letters of support for us to get our jobs back and to retain the Coal Workers Health Surveillance Program, which we currently have been doing. There's still a number of court injunctions to see whether or not we can fully restore the program to what it previously was. But I do want to acknowledge that there are a lot of people in this room who really came out when that announcement was originally made to push back, and that pushback really did bring the program back. We have our mobile unit in the field today, and that's why it's not here. But please answer the question he asked, not my.
So the participation that we've seen, there's some overall numbers for participation in CWHSP that since its inception, we've had maybe 30 to 40% of the coal mining workforce does participate in these voluntary screenings. But even when we drill down to the mandatory screenings, just like we saw one of Aisha's quotes up there from an interviewed miner said that you could make any law you want, but this person said that they're not necessarily going to follow the law. So these mandatory x-rays from the inception of the program, 1971 through 2013, only 43% of coal miners got their mandatory first x-ray. So miners who started after 1971, only 43% of them got that mandatory first x-ray. And that is definitely a huge issue that we need to make sure that miners are getting started in the program, knowing about CWHSP, about how to get their x-rays, so that if they participate right when they should, when they're entering the industry, then that would increase the likelihood that they'll continue to participate and they will continue to understand the epidemiological perspective of what's happening with black lung in this country. And then when we drill down to, okay, what about participation in Part 90? So that, again, thinking of that under the umbrella of CWHSP, we don't know if you're eligible to participate in Part 90. We, NIOSH, doesn't know unless you send us your information, participate in CWHSP, we get your x-ray. So from what we know, the people who've participated in, again, since 1970, we have not had participation, or rather, miners who are eligible for Part 90, ones who we have x-ray evidence that they have evidence of pneumoconiosis. We haven't had more than 23% actually exercise their Part 90 rights. Now that's until starting in 2022. So 2022 was right about the time when we published these findings that such a small percentage of people who are eligible for Part 90 are exercising their Part 90 rights. In 2022 in West Virginia, there were 7 miners who exercised Part 90 rights. And the next year, 2023, that increased to 34 miners. And the latest information that I have from MSHA, and again, if MSHA wants to respond, I believe that there were 51 miners in 2024 who are exercising their Part 90 rights. So it is increasing. You know, we're still not at 100% of people who are eligible for Part 90 rights are exercising, but there is some promise there that more people are exercising Part 90 rights. But it's still not more than it's still not more than 30% of people who are eligible who are participating.
So just anecdotally, I'm sure many in this room have heard stories like people are afraid to apply for Part 90 because they're afraid they'll get fired, or I've heard from patients where they feel like their jobs will be made sort of much more difficult. Even though they'll technically follow the letter of the law, they might be in a position where they're sort of treated poorly at work or made to work in a condition where it just becomes untenable for them to keep working. And so, Sam, do you want to comment on sort of what the legal protections are and sort of how you counsel patients or clients in that regard?
Yes. Those concerns, stigma, and economic retaliation have been there throughout the history of the Part 90 program. And within the last several years, NIOSH, MSHA, the clinics, and the legal community have all taken new approaches to address those concerns. And I really think we have to take what I call a whole person approach when you're talking about this, because you're really sort of counseling somebody about a major life decision. You can't tell them, well, you have a Part 90 right. That is in a vacuum is meaningless to people. So when we talk at the clinics and in my law practice, when we talk with minors, we talk to them about, you've got this diagnosis. You have a right to remove yourself from the hazard. And that may not be easy. And it may not be that if your plan and your expectation is to work another 20 or 30 years in the coal mines, it might be difficult for you to do that but as a transition strategy for a person, for a 5 or 10 year period, working to transfer under Part 90 can be a really good option so that they can continue earning their high industrial wages while they figure out what's going on with their family, while their wife or husband finishes school and goes to resituate their career. We hear those stories a lot. I'm going to do Part 90 because my wife's about finishing nursing school and we're going to move up to, Charlotte, and I've got a plan to do this, that, and the other. And so when you take the whole person approach, you got to talk with them about how this is a pivot strategy that fits into their life and gives them space to reimagine their identity a little bit, which is necessary because they are reimagining their identity. They're leaving the productive face of the mine and they're transferring usually to go outside to run a forklift or watch the belts, check for splices that need to be fixed on the belts. So we've talked about the whole person approach, and that includes their legal rights to protect their wages, also their rights to insurance and state and federal compensation. So when we're talking with minors, I think Mr. Hurt is here, who was going to be talking about state workers' compensation claims. We talk with them about you have the right not just to $1,100 a month in federal black lung. If you ever need that, you can get largely full wage replacement, at least under the West Virginia workers' comp, $6,000 or $8,000 a month if you become totally disabled. So you have meaningful wage you have claims in tort law under state law. You've got to talk with a person about their whole financial picture. Where are they going to get their insurance? How are they actually going to replace their wages if they were to leave or lose their job? And when you have that whole conversation with them, I think it inspires the confidence. MSHA's done a lot of this. The last thing I'll say on this is MSHA did a great job creating an app that is private, that people can look at on their phones, and that explains about Part 90 rights, and it helps to prompt people in the privacy of their own home to think about these identity issues, these life planning issues. And I think as we've done a lot more of that, one more thing to say, we have won a couple of, I have litigated some of the applications of the Part 90 rules, so that, it used to be when you transferred under Part 90, the company, MSHA would allow the company to eliminate all your regularly scheduled overtime, which typically miners in Central Appalachia work a 10-hour shift. So when you lose your overtime, that is fully 1/3 of your pay that you lose. Well, that is no longer regarded as legal under the Mine Act. And so, talking to miners, I feel that has made a pretty significant impression on them as well. When they see a miner at their mine transfer outside, when one person does it, the other miners say, hey, I've been running that same miner, I've been breathing that same dust, my buddy's outside, he hasn't lost his wages, he's got a plan, I'm going to do this too. And we have mines where a single miner transfers outside, and within a year, we've seen 20 or 30 other miners. The number was actually up to 70, I think, within the past year, and it fluctuates because people are using it as a transition strategy. People will be on Part 90 for a year or two or three, and then they'll move on. So that's kind of what has changed about how I think about Part 90.
And just to backstop that, I mean, your question was about the barriers related to stigma or the idea that this wouldn't work. I think as a holistic community between legal, medical, enforcement, that we've really driven a stake in the stand and said, we're going to make an example of this not being a stigma anymore, because we're not going to let one case fall through the cracks. We are going to make this system work, and wherever it does fail, we are going to backstop it with all of our power. And as Sam said, it seems to be working. We're seeing an increase in this participation. We reported out early on 2022, this isn't working. We all got together in a room and said, let's break this stigma, let's make sure it does work. And it's not there yet, but it's much, much better than it was, and we continue to work together in these efforts.
Yeah, I also want to just say quickly that in 2022, when we had published these results initially, if somebody went online and said, okay, I guess I'll just Google what is Part 90, I heard about this, you would find a direct quote of that, and that was it, because there was no page on Part 90. There was no forum where you could discuss this or learn about it, but since then, MSHA created that.
They created the landing page for Part. This is really credit to Chris Williamson. He said, how do we make this work better? So there is a landing page for Part 90 on MSHA's. It's MSHA.gov/Part 90. I think it's Part-90, which I really wish they wouldn't have done, but that's what it is. And if you Google it, there is that you can find. But the app, I think, has also been important. And there's still more work to do. We can talk about the mechanics of how to make, but in general, we want to talk about it. We want to help people think of it as a way to move forward, protect themselves, protect their family. And the other big thing that has changed that a lot of you guys have seen is that minors, not only are they seeing their buddies transfer and succeed, and they see that they get their state workers' comp and they get real wage replacement, permanent total disability, wage replacement, that's critical, but they're also seeing coworkers die in their 40s of PMF. And I think that is also really changing the behavior. So we now have mines in West Virginia at a single portal where we've got 20 or 30 Part 90 miners. And that's a result, I think, of all of this, but also a result of seeing the death.
I'm going to walk this down. I'd very much like to hear from minors or families or other lawyers or other healthcare folks or whoever wants to share their experience about these programs, their challenges, frustrations, whatever.
I'll just say that we're the government and he's a lawyer, so feel free to lay into us.
So I guess my question is not as probably direct about Part 90. So I'm a preventive medicine researcher, right? That's my thing. And sitting here, it's just, I can't, I'm getting physically, angry at talking about, what happens once you have black lung, and which is we have to do, and we have to help people, but, seeing your friends die from black lung in their 40s, and yet you're going to be taken out of the mine, and it's like whack-a-mole, and someone just goes back and fills your position. And I wonder, and maybe this isn't, the conference last year talked about this, or how can we change the culture so that we don't continue to have black lung? And I know that's a huge question, and if it was easy, we would have figured it out, but it's just killing me sitting here, and I can't not say something.
So, one thing that we can do is to enhance federal regulation. We can do things like, through the regulatory process, put together a silica rule for silica for the first time, and to make it the same as exposure to everyone else. These miners can be exposed to more silica than anyone else because there is currently a rule that we have worked diligently to make come to fruition that's balled up in the courts right now.
Yeah, so we're doing a lot on that. So as much as I represent minors in black lung cases and state tort cases and workers' comp cases and, insurance disputes, I also represent minors in shop floor grievances. Every American miner has the right to file a grievance if they're exposed to hazardous dust underground, and we do that. And miners have the right to refuse to work in unduly dusty circumstances underground. So we do those grievances, whether you're union or non-union, you have those grievance rights. And then, like Scott said, miners are the last major category of American workers who are not subject to any breathable dust limit when it comes to sandstone and silica dust in this country. The Occupational Safety and Health Administration 10 years ago promulgated a rule to protect the general working population from silica dust, but they exempted miners because miners are special, regulated differently, and there's never been, although we've known that silica dust is lethal for 100 years, and we've known, NIOSH has told us since 1975 exactly what the protective level should be. The government has never promulgated a protective limit until a year ago. In 2023, 2024, the Federal Department of Labor did publish a rule that would have provided an exposure limit, independently enforceable exposure limit for silica dust. And right now, the government, in the last couple of months, has decided they're backing away from that rule. They're not going to enforce that rule. And it sounds like right now, from what we're hearing, they're going to outright abandon that rule. So that's really the answer to your question.
So policy is one thing, regulatory action is one thing. Obviously, enforcement is another thing altogether.
I have two questions. So if someone exercises their Part 90 right and then they're moved to a less dusty position environment outside, they are required to put a dust monitor on them for how long?
It's quarterly. They have to sample them for, I think it's 5 days a quarter. So it's not all the time, but it's supposed to be representative sampling. And we file grievances. Those samples have to be run under your regular work conditions. So if it comes your time in the quarter to be sampled and the operator doesn't send you to do the regular work that you normally do with your normal daily dust exposure, so that the sampling is truly representative, then if you're not sampled under those representative conditions, you file a grievance with the Department of Labor, and the Department of Labor will should cite the operator for misrepresentative sampling. And I file a good bit of those grievances if the sampling doesn't happen right.
And does that sampling continue for the duration of their career with that mine?
Yes.
Okay. So anecdotally, are you seeing any, like, I spoke to a miner, this is totally anecdotal, and this was like one guy, but I wonder if this is happening, where he exercised Part 90 rights and then was like, it would be like, hey, today, can you go underground? Like, we just need you to, whatever. Is that happening?
Yeah, so that, that is the kind of thing that the industry is trying to do. They're trying to, if you give them an inch, they'll take a mile. So we've gotten things to the point where they're generally transferring people outside, and we've gotten things to the point where, you keep your same job, or same mine, same shift, and same pay, inclusive of regular overtime. But that is still going on, and if they bring you outside, they may try to make you go underground. And there's no bright line about, when a particular job assignment becomes a regular duty of yours as a miner. But the limitation on that behavior is that when they sample you, if you're going underground 1 day a week on average, then when they run their 5-day sample, they better send you underground 1 day a week. And if your pumps still pass with that 1 day underground exposure, then you're beneath the Part 90 dust exposure limit. So that's how we regulate that, is we try to say, okay, how often are they sending you underground? And when they run the samples on you, they've got to send you underground doing the same type of work, the same proportion of that week as they normally would. Does that make sense?
It does. But,
so, the company still has the right to control the workforce and get a reasonable amount of work out. This is not meaning that you just get to sit and twiddle your thumbs in a forklift outside. You got to still work, and you got to do what they tell you to do, as long as you're not exposed to an amount of dust that is different than what you're exposed to when they run your samples.
So that's a perfect segue to this other question I have, which I'm going to try really hard not to go down a rabbit hole on. But if you send enough people underground or above ground, you send enough people outside, and like you're saying, it's kind of there's a cascade effect where miners see their colleagues ostensibly having a better time and being safer at work, and then they exercise their Part 90 rights too, right? I mean, you just said that there's one location where there are 20 or 30 people now. How can a company sustain that And if they have to sustain it by law, then doesn't that mean that now they need more people underground, mining more coal to make more profit to pay for those jobs? Like, how many forklift jobs are there?
Yeah, that's a massive mining complex, so maybe that's little context is needed. That's a small share of the massive workforce there. But it works out. What companies do, hey, they improve their dust control. They convince miners that they are safer. They can run Part 90 miners underground too if they keep them in positions that are truly low dust. There are out-by jobs that you can work as a Part 90 miner, so it works out. It's never been an issue.
So it increases incentive, essentially.
Yes, exactly.
Because they realize at some point there's not enough above-ground jobs. We've got to make the underground jobs Part 90 compliant.
More or less, right. And now the Part 90 dust limit is the same as the overall limit, or it's 0.5, so it's similar to the reduced limit for silica. It's the same. But anyway, yeah, it works out. This is, like Scott said, was a lot of good thought that went into this program and this law, and it works.
Last tidbit, sorry. I wonder if there's like insurance against, my concern is that there is a tipping point at which it becomes cheaper to fight the Part 90 exercise, like cheaper to do that than to fix the underground air. Do you understand what I'm trying to ask? Like, is there a point where too many guys are exercising Part 90 and the company turns around and is like, we need to
we are so far from such a point, that's almost inconceivable that it would ever reach such a point. I mean, we have, it's way far less than a 0.5 percentage point of the American mining workforce that uses Part 90. It's a significant portion of miners in our part of the country who have advanced disease, but that's just not a concern, I don't think.
And perhaps if we had a stronger union presence, that could be an issue, but because we don't have the same level of unionization as we did in the 1970s and 80s to demand such a thing, we are where we are.
Yeah, and I was going to say the specific numbers, at least from 2016 through 2022, that in that time frame there were 55 active Part 90 miners. So, and that's in a workforce of 40,000.
So just imagine if over the next decade we sustain the tenfold increase, you're talking about 500 to maybe 1,000 miners out of 40,000 nationwide. And those people don't stay on for the whole decade. They come on for a year or two, they sort things out with their life, they get their state and federal benefits, and they move on. And that's really, I think, how the program sustains itself.
Do we have any miners that might be willing to share their experience either with the surveillance program or Part 90 there, or their friends or colleagues?
I was sitting here thinking about all this stuff. Apply, you hit it. You're real sharp. You caught it. But I'm not going to say my name because I've got a grandson that's works for a different company and stuff like that. I went underground in 1972, and I was x-rayed, clear lungs. 4 years later, the Part 90 rule came out or so. I was x-rayed, first stage, 30 years old. I applied for the Part 90 program out of Morgantown, I think it was. LaMonica, I still remember his name that signed the paper. Later on, I filed for black lung, and they didn't know who that was that gave me first stage. But it was the company I worked for's doctor that gave me first stage. But after the Part 90 minor deal started, they took me, I was running a boat machine at the time. Before that, I'd been an electrician. So the company did, it was pretty rough. It was union mines. Union frowned on it because they would put you ahead of somebody who'd been there longer than you. See, the lawyer knows what he's talking about. It's all that. But guess where they put me? it was cold weather at that time. I was putting a drift mouth shoveling belt where all the cold air comes in. Well, that was rough. We had a strike and came back, and it was at that time they put me on the silo, and they'd run the coal would spill on top of that silo every day. They'd run it over, and I'd be there shoveling continuously. Never gain. You don't gain much when you leave. You about clean it up, and then come back the next day, and it's there. Well, in the mine office was right up above that. They could watch me all the time. I was shoveling. Well, make a long story short, that went off and on for years. Well, about 3 years, I guess. And like I said, they give you a dust sample every like 2 or 3 months. And I was always outside or in that drift mouth when I had to have the federal dust samples. And it was always good. This went on for 7 or 8 years. I was isolated on the silo where they'd watch you and stuff like that. Still drawing my top pay. I was still drawing top pay being a belt man, cleaning. And we had a layoff. And I went all the way down to within 2 weeks of me, and I was put on a different shift on the Hoodale as a reset man setting up belts. And I was followed through with that, which I did have a dishonesty in that thing one time. They would put my dust samples one place and turn it in like I was somewhere else. I filed a grievance on it, and the guy that was the boss, he was like a general mine foreman, they'd called him in, and they was going to fire him because he'd falsified the records. He came to me and asked me, he said, Donnie, he said, I'm going to lose my job. So I dropped the grievance so he wouldn't lose his job. I'd known him for years. We'd gone to high school, played football and stuff together. And make a long story short, I stayed on as a Part 90 for about 10 years, and the job came open outside running a little mobile equipment thing, like a little steam jindy that would drop railroad cars. Good air, only bad it was cold in the winter, to clean the cars out and stuff like that. And when I changed jobs, that dropped my Part 90 requirements, so I was no longer. But the union kicked on that because I had more power over these other guys to get a job. And at that time, I was the first one in that out of 400 some men at that mines that was a Part 90 miner. That was in 1977. And like I said, I was about 10 years as a Part 90 miner, and then gave my rights up to have that outside better job, but I still ended up with top pay because of the job I signed for. But every one of y'all hit it right on the spot. That's 45 years ago. No, from 77 to now, that's 10, 20, gosh mighty, that's 30-some years, 40 years, ain't it? We're getting old. But I'm really impressed with everybody here, like the doctor over here, way she felt sorry for people. And doctor, she's right on it too. And all of y'all are just right on exactly the way it happened in 1977. So I encourage people to do that. Later on, there was 2 or 3 that tried to Part 90 because I did. They were old men, and they really needed it worse than I did because I had, at that time, I had a house payment, a car payment, 2 kids. You just got to do what you got to do. But that's really a good thing, the Part 90. I would have already been dead. Now I have complicated. At that time, I had first stage. But you can't draw federal till after you leave the coal industry in Virginia. But thank you anyway. But y'all ride on. You got some sharp people here today.
I want to say thank you for setting an example, for leading the way, and for doing Part 90 as one of the first miners. So thank you.
The younger people, I've got a grandson, didn't want him to go into mines. Y'all talked about that because my father and grandfather worked in the mines. They both had black lung, died young. My father died at 60. My grandfather died at 70. I'm 78. I'm 78, so I'm doing pretty good. Probably because of Part 90 miner. If I hadn't had that, I would have been choked up, pretty bad. But y'all really impressed me. I just appreciate the work you're doing.
Thank you.
I would just say on that point, echo our thanks, because it's really, that is the main thing that changes miners' behavior when they see other miners bravely doing what you did. It probably saved a bunch of other guys' lives too, or prolonged them. So thank you. One thing to know is that it's often misunderstood that you can work as a miner while receiving federal black lung benefits if you have if the reason that you qualify for federal black lung benefits is because of having complicated black lung disease. And so there's this, you're not totally wrong. For those who don't know, there are two ways to qualify for federal black lung. You can, if you have totally disabling breathing impairment due to black lung, then you qualify for federal black lung. But if you breathe all right, yet you have more than 1 centimeter of black lung, that's called complicated black lung, and that also qualifies you for federal. And if you have that condition of complicated black lung, in Virginia or anywhere, you can keep working and still receive at least some of your federal black lung benefits while you continue to be employed in the mines. So just to clarify that point for those who may be out there counseling workers.
On that oxygen content, I don't draw federal black lung, but my oxygen content is still not there. But this lung specialist told me that sometimes, I don't know if he told me the truth or not, that your body compensates some way for that oxygen content over where you've had it so long. But the last 3 months, I've had pneumonia 3 times, and I've really been bad. But I went through 3 Z-packs of steroids and antibiotics. And this person told me is one of them old wives' tales, to mix just about a 1/4 inch or 1/2 inch of honey in a cup and mix it with lemon juice. And since I've done those 3, I can breathe 70 or 80% better and not coughing. So if anybody has any trouble, mix up some honey and lemon with it and drink it.
Glad you're feeling better. We got a break for lunch. I appreciate everyone participating this morning, and for our panelists. Another round of applause for our panelists. Thank you. We'll have a PBS documentary that Chris put together.
Bradley Cooper, the actor, did. He ended up having to take care of his father, so he got involved with caregiving. As part of that initiative, he reached out for proposals. I submitted a proposal to explore black lung as kind of a caregiving thing. This is a 30-minute cut down. The entire documentary airs tonight on East Tennessee PBS at 11, so you can go home. If that's too late, which is too late for me, it airs at 8 o'clock next Tuesday. So you can watch it then if you're interested. I've got a survey, so if you stay in here and watch, I'll hand you a survey, and it would be great if you filled it out and I could collect them at the end. But that's really it. That's just kind of the short story.
So we'll have you all grab some lunch, and then we'll show the movie momentarily. Yeah, appreciate you coming. I know exactly.
Scott already gives me hell for trying to get people to file for
too much.
biopsies and CAT scans, and he's like, so I didn't want to shut you.
Sounds like you're making progress, so that's awesome.
Yeah, he's all right. He's stressed about the state of the world. How about you? I was at another panel yesterday in Morgantown. Loss of the enhanced premium tax credits. Are you aware about that? So many of our populations are early retirees pre-Medicare. They don't qualify for Medicare yet. They're 55 to 67 because you got to be almost 70 to get Medicare. And they have, for the last several years, they've gotten these enhanced subsidies. If they're buying insurance in the ACA marketplace, their premiums have really gone down after COVID since like 2020. Most of those people in that age bracket have been paying $500 a month for premiums. That enhanced premium tax credit is expiring at the end of December, and those guys are going to pay premiums unsubsidized. These bracket are like $2,000 a month.
Hello, hello.
All right.
Okay, we're going to get started again. I have the privilege of introducing Dr. Brian McKnight. He's a professor of history at UVA-Wise and the founding director of the Center for Appalachian Studies. And his interest is in preserving the memory of regional history, resources, and encouraging the appreciation of local history. He's going to talk today. His talk is called Evolution of Coal Mining Law and Its Impact on Safety. So a warm welcome for Dr. McKnight, please. Thank you.
Well, I guess I get to bring a little optimism, considering what you folks probably deal with on a pretty regular basis. There's been a lot of progress made, and I'm not necessarily so much an expert in coal mine law as I am somebody who's just kind of gotten into this from kind of the side door. But I'll spend a few minutes taking you through what it used to look like, how it's changed over time, why it's changed, and what it looks like now. And I think you'll be pretty pleased with the progress. The historical lay of the land, to be frank, was not good. Going back into the 1700s, you literally had thousands of people dying every year in a lot of pretty creative ways. A friend of mine who was once the administrator of MSHA in Washington, D.C., said he got frustrated one day in a staff meeting and said, "You know, people, we haven't come up with new ways to kill coal miners. These are the same ways we've been doing it for 200 years." And I think that's a pretty important point. A lot of what we deal with when we're talking about the coal industry is the same stuff we've been dealing with for hundreds of years. And oftentimes it's a question of will, as far as, you know, are we going to change anything, make any alterations? The historical lay of the land, in my mind, is pre-20th century. Pre-20th century, you're talking about very primitive mining methods. Very little mechanization, very little in the way of any sort of life-saving technology. We're still talking about, canaries in cages. But things are going to change, and they're going to change for pretty important reasons. In 1 month, December 1907, you had 4 significant mine disasters. You can see them listed here. 1 month, almost 700 people died in 4 different disasters. Can you imagine if that happened in 1 month in 2025? We'd be up in arms over that. But that was the price of doing business in 1907. And while it was disturbing to a handful of people, for the industry itself, it wasn't really anything that impacted them or they viewed that would impact them long term. The most notable, Monongah, it's up near Morgantown, West Virginia. Monongah kills 362. One of the things that's interesting about this is it is one of the biggest mine tragedies in American history, but one of the people who has been hired by the U.S. Topographical Service goes to Monongah and kind of just blends in with the crowd to watch what the response is and watch how this happens. U.S. Topographical Service is actually the precursor to the U.S. Bureau of Mines. So he's been hired by this Topographical Service to essentially talk about mine danger and see what he can suggest to make mining safer. So he shows up incognito and essentially observes. The next year, he's going to file a massive report essentially laying out what was done right, what was done wrong, and how federal oversight of these disasters will end up saving lives. And that's going to become a really important moment in particularly coal mining history. This guy will go on to become the first director of the Bureau of Mines. And he'll serve very well. He ends up dying very young in like 1915, but he does an exceptional job. 1910, this public law creates the Bureau of Mines. And I think you can see the direct precedent was 1907. The law comes about in 1910. It takes a while for the machinery to move. And that's just the way bureaucracies operate. A little quicker now, although can't really tell it sometimes, but much slower back then. But you can see the U.S. Bureau of Mines, it's incredibly weak. I mean, it conducts investigations of past explosions and other incidents that have been dangerous and cost lives. It doesn't necessarily regulate mines. It doesn't actually have any laws that restrict the dangerous or even crazy things you do when you're underground in a coal mine. And these Bureau of Mine inspectors they're investigators more than they're inspectors, because they have no right of entry. These are federal investigators who, if they walk up to your coal mine and say, listen, we hear terrible things about what's going on in there. We hear you're carrying dead bodies out left and right. They have no legal authority to actually go in and put a stop to anything. So that's the way it was written in 1910. As you can tell, the coal industry was helping write an awful lot of this in 1910. 1941 comes. Now, you may ask yourself, why did 31 years go, or why did 31 years pass between the creation of this very weak department, Bureau of Mines, and a Mine Inspection Act, the next significant Mine Inspection Act? A major part of this is the fact that you have World War I and World War II. And World War I in particular has really kind of set back progress when it comes to safety issues, because we need the coal. One of the things that a lot of people don't quite understand is the United States enters World War I a debtor nation, and we emerge from World War I a creditor nation. So this is the moment when we become a world power. So it's very important for us to maintain our control of coal and power and that kind of thing, and we can't compromise this. And that's part of the reason why progress goes slowly. You also have, in this interim, you have the development of a strong United Mine Workers Union. The UMWA grows to, it grows to brief strength under John L. Lewis in the early 1920s, kind of falls off the face of the labor earth in the late 1920s, and thanks to Franklin Roosevelt, the New Deal, comes roaring back in the 1930s. And one of the things we have to understand is that think what you want about the UMWA. The UMWA was pushing mine safety before anybody else really would say anything about mine safety. Everybody else really has too much of a vested interest in it to demand too much. The UMWA is out there demanding an awful lot. Now, 1941, you get right of entry for federal inspectors, but you don't actually have any regulations. So what's the good of having a right of entry? And that's the challenge. You can go in and you can make suggestions. And honestly, folks, up until 1970, that's what federal inspectors could do. They could make suggestions. I have a document, a letter from the, he was a state inspector in Kentucky. He was the chief of Kentucky State Inspections to a mine operator in Pike County, Kentucky. And he literally, this is like in 1963, in all bold letters, he says, you are going to get someone killed if you keep operating the way you're operating. That was the extent of his authority. He could chastise people. And this is the early 1960s we're talking about. So no matter what we say about the law is going to be developing and evolving very slowly over time. And you have to always remind yourselves, and I'm sure you all do, the political power of the coal industry. For instance, 1941, we're gearing up for World War II. We already know we're going to be involved in World War II. We're kind of hoping that we'll just make money off of it like we did off World War I. But we also know that we're a world leader at this point. It's really important that we maintain our positions of power. And coal gives us one of those positions of power. So 1941, you have this Mine Inspection Act, gives you right of entry for federal inspectors, doesn't do anything for state inspectors. Also keep in mind how many federal inspectors there were, a few thousand scattered basically all over the United States between coal and non-coal. So salt mines and copper mines and coal mines and gravel pits were all sharing federal inspectors. So it's not like you're going to see a federal inspector very often. In 1947, you have new law passed. Now, part of the reason why you have this new law passed is in 1947, you also have a couple of pretty big mine tragedies, one out in Frankfort, southern Illinois. It kills 200 or 300, I forget the number. But this actually has some specific standards for coal mining. So this is the first time you see actual federal standards being deployed. But you have no enforcement provisions. See, we're kind of dancing toward a destination here. We don't necessarily have a very firm hand guiding this. Every time we take a step forward, we're taking a step back too. But 1947 is a very different age. We've got World War II behind us. We're starting to think about what is the next decade going to bring for the United States. Again, very important that we maintain a healthy coal industry because that's going to be the power that all this is going to end up being built upon. A few years later, 1952, you get a real mine law, probably for the very first time. Now, it still doesn't have any real teeth, but there's a real mine law in there. You have annual inspections. Annual inspections. You don't necessarily really have any enforcement. I mean, limited enforcement, that's pretty close to no enforcement, but there's something there. I mean, you can fine them a little bit for certain reasons. And you can technically have violation notices hung. You can order withdrawal from the mine, but that is an incredibly controversial thing to do. you know, we imagine living in 2025, if somebody is working in a coal mine and that mine is imminently dangerous, that you call MSHA shows up and says, shut it down. And they do that in 2025. But in 1952, even if you have the power to do this, that's going to be tough. You got to understand, the Bureau of Mines has a bit of a problem. It is tasked with essentially controlling or managing the exploitation of America's mining resources. So there's kind of a conflict of interest there. You've got to keep people safe, but you've also got to make the industry money. You've got to provide the resources, the land, you've got to clear the red tape to make mining effective and profitable. So just because you have a law in 1952 doesn't necessarily mean you have a really valuable or important or stringent law in 1952. Now this is a good one. 1969, Federal Coal Mine Safety Act. Most folks just call it Coal Act of 1969. Coal Act of 1969 comes about as a result of explosion at Farmington, West Virginia. This explosion kills 78, and this is in 1968. The explosion is just about 5 miles away from Monongah. It's in the same seam of coal, so it's gassy coal. Takes place, 50 or 60 plus years later, but it's in a community that's pretty in tune with the history of mine tragedy. When Farmington blows up, this is an ordeal that continues on for a very long time. It blows up, they have to go in, they have to put fires out, they have to recover bodies, but they're recovering bodies for the first several months. And then, once they get the mine sealed, they continue recovering bodies until, the late 1970s. And there's still, I think, 19 people buried at Farmington that they never recovered. So for a lot of families, this is an ongoing issue for the next 10, 15 years because they haven't gotten their loved ones' bodies out after the Farmington explosion. But we're talking about 1969 here. We're talking about an age when, if you think about civil rights movement, the various movements of the 1950s, 1960s, legislation and law can change things. So there's a very different approach to how people view what a government does and what a government should be doing. And that's the reason why you actually get what, at the time, the folks who wrote this law, and one of them was Kentucky Representative Carl Perkins, but a lot of these guys see this as a very muscular law. In reality, it's much more muscular than anything that came before it. But it's not muscular, not at all. 1 year to the day after, 1 year to the day after this law was passed by the House of Representatives, the Finley Brothers mine blows up in Hyden, Kentucky, and kills 38. So it's almost like, mine explosions are reminding the federal government, you can slow us down, but you're not going to completely stop us. We're going to have a say in this. You can see the provisions, 4 inspections each year. A lot of coal operators did not like the idea that you're going to have inspectors coming in 4 times every year. Miners can request an inspection. Now, they may get fired afterward, but they do have a right to request an inspection. Focuses on imminent dangers and compliance, which is what mine operators have always said, listen, if you're going to save lives, that's fine. But don't come in here and just shut us down for a day or 2 or 3 days doing an inspection and find little bitty things that really ultimately don't matter. Let's focus on the really important stuff. Inspectors can issue an order of withdrawal if an imminent danger exists. Very powerful tool. If they see something that they consider to be an imminent danger, something that can get somebody killed at that moment, they'll shut it down and send everybody out, which motivates then the company to get it fixed. Mine inspectors, federal inspectors, do this a lot. And when you get into some of the worst offending mines, they'll be shut down 100 times a year. Now, they'll be shut down 100 times a year for 15 minutes on one section, but it's still costing them because this is big machinery, and this is kind of a process that once you get it going, it'll become more productive and the smoother it goes. So if you shut something down, it's going to take a little bit to get it back up and running and everything working the way you want it to work. So it is actually a pretty important element. Inspectors can shut down sections of a mine until violations are addressed. So for the first time, there's some real strength here. Now, there's not as much strength as you might think, though, because Bureau of Mines inspectors have been working, some of them have been working as inspectors for 30 years. And in their entire 30-year career, the most they could ever do is say, you're going to get somebody killed if you keep doing this. I mean, that's the extent of their punitive action there. I always kind of liken it to The Wire. Anybody ever watch The Wire? One of the great television shows, by the way. HBO did it back in the late 90s. The Wire's set in Baltimore. And Baltimore police are trying to do what Baltimore police are trying to do, but they get pushed into an area where they start collecting statistics on crime. And after they collect statistics on crime, they realize that crime hasn't actually changed, but it has the appearance of change. And then you get these folks who say, we've got to go back and do old-style police work. But they then realize, and this is where we get with the Bureau of Mines inspectors, they don't have anybody who knows how to do the old-time inspection work because they didn't really even do old-time inspection work back then. So the law has changed. It's basically given a lot of freedom, a lot of power out here to inspectors, but they really don't have the inspectorate that they need. And that's going to be difficult because in order to transition this Bureau of Mines inspectorate to a what's going to become MESA, MESA, Mine Enforcement and Safety Administration, to that inspectorate, that's going to take some federal allocations. It's going to take some money. And that's what's going to be part of the big problem here. 1973, Bureau of Mines transitions to MESA, gets a big budget, hires a lot of new people. They still don't quite know what they can get away with, though. And coal companies are a little better suited to resist this because coal companies have availed themselves of the law for an awful long time. So if something's happened, they've got lawyers on retainer. They just go ahead and file suit. And they're smart enough to understand that if MESA writes them up for something, that they can appeal it and appeal it. And eventually they can get to the point where they're sitting down with a MESA attorney and they can negotiate a lower amount. I'll give you an example. When Scotia blew up in 1976, the initial tally was somewhere around $260,000 of fines. They ended up 4 or 5 years later paying about $60,000 because they just dragged it out. And it was good business. Might not get you to heaven, but it's good business. Federal Mine Safety Act of 1977. Now, the reason why you have this, we tend to call it Mine Act of 77. The reason why you have this is because of the Scotia explosion. March 1976. last year, when I was here, I had 5 guys with me, or 4 guys with me, who worked as mine rescue members during the Scotia explosions. The reason you end up with this new law is specifically because of what these guys were dealing with Scotia. Scotia was a small, well, not a small mine in Letcher County, Kentucky, pretty big mine actually, owned by Blue Diamond. Blue Diamond has a long and questionable history of mine safety, let's put it that way. Blue Diamond tended to operate in environments where it could get away with a lot of stuff. I grew up in Lee County, Virginia, and some of y'all work in St. Charles. That's Blue Diamond territory, St. Charles, up until the 1960s. Over around Hazard, Blue Diamond, and Oven Fort, Kentucky, Blue Diamond. Blue Diamond never really prioritized, didn't prioritize the adherence to federal law, let's put it that way. They prioritized safety, but they did it within their own judgment. And what Blue Diamond did was it essentially went back to the old 1930s, 1940s approach that companies had, and that is that miners are responsible for their own safety. And that if a miner ends up getting killed, if you go back and take a look at everything he's done, somewhere along the way he was asking for it, or he participated in his own death in some way, directly or indirectly. Well, that may be true, but there's also a reason why we have federal legislation to try to help people not be careless. The Mine Act of 1977 is passed the year after Scotia, and this is what it brings to the table. Mesa is moved out of the Department of the Interior into the Department of Labor. The Department of the Interior and Department of Labor, that move is made because of another conflict of interest within the Department of Interior. So they transition it to labor. It's a pretty contentious change within the federal bureaucracy, but ultimately it's probably one of the best things they could do for mine law, because you didn't necessarily have the industry access within the Department of Labor that you did within Interior. A lot of industry access in Interior. Replaced Mesa, which was only 4 years old, with MSHA, which is the one we're familiar with now, Mine Safety and Health Administration. Just a renaming, but it gave these legislators, including Carl Perkins, who represented the district where he helped write the Coal Act of 1969, and represented the district in Kentucky where Scotia was when it blew up. So he helps write the Mine Act of 1977 too. And Perkins is a fascinating figure in this. When Scotia blows up, he's there within just a day or so. And in the second explosion, a guy who grew up right next door to him as a kid is actually killed in that second explosion. So he becomes kind of the great patron for mine law reform, and he also didn't want his 1969 work to go to essentially die on the vine either. Mandates miner training. At Scotia, one of the big problems they had was they didn't train miners. They said, sure, we offer training. And they're like, when do you offer it? Well, they can do it during their lunch hour. And they're like, well, do people do that? No, they'd rather eat lunch for some strange reason. But yeah, they can do it during their lunch hour. And when they had the federal inquest into this in Whitesburg, Kentucky, in May 1976, the director of Mesa asked the safety director of Scotia Coal Company, said, how many of these people have you trained on the self-rescuer? And he said basically maybe 20% of our coal miners have actually had training on self-rescue. And then the Mesa administrator comes back and he says, so how does that help in an explosion? And the safety guy is feeling a little better now. And he says, well, if there's an explosion, you have survivors, somebody can show somebody else how to use the self-rescuer. But the Mesa administrator then counters with, what if all the people who know how to use them gets killed in the explosion? It pretty much kills the conversation at that point. But that's kind of what you're looking at in the 1970s, and really the more traditional way of viewing mine safety and how lax companies could be and could get away with being when it came to mine safety. It mandates mine rescue teams for underground mines, and I really love this because it is an absolute direct result of what mine rescue teams did at Scotia. Absolute direct result. Carl Perkins carried that straight from Oven Fort, Kentucky to Washington, D.C. to have it written into the law. And you know, I tend to talk a lot about Scotia, and a lot of people think that I'm bashing Scotia. I will say this. Scotia in 1976 did not have a mine rescue team. In 1986, its mine rescue team won the Kentucky State Championship. So, yes, positive change did actually happen there. Miner Act 2006. I throw this up because we're still seeing a little bit of this. We've got Upper Big Branch, we've got Sago, we've got a few of those that still, but the numbers are just not the same as we once had to endure. And you'll see it here. I mean, just take a look at the graph. Nobody wants to go to that end of the graph. This is the better end of the graph. And a lot of people can argue, I give these talks every now and then somebody basically stands up and they basically say, we all hate federal mine inspectors. Okay, fine. But federal mine inspection made it much, much safer. Now the problem with that is, with federal mine inspection, you're making it a lot safer in some ways. What you're really starting to do, and probably what you all do on a daily basis, is you don't see these kinds of injuries as often as Art Van Zee did when he first got started. You're seeing different kinds of problems popping up. And they asked me the other day if I could do a couple of takeaways. And I think this is probably the takeaways here. I think you can see that what the federal government did and then what it essentially pushed the states to do has effectively trickled down to the individual. And coal miners are much safer today than they have been in the past. There are still some places out there where it's probably the wild, wild west, but for the most part, it's a much safer endeavor these days. You know, you have less dust, you have more safety measures, but that doesn't eliminate the problems. It actually probably reveals different sorts of problems. When we were talking last year about mine rescue, one of the things these guys talked about was kind of mental health issues, what we might consider to be PTSD. These guys saw some pretty disgusting things underground when they had to go retrieve bodies and when they had to locate bodies. Working in confined spaces under a lot of pressure over a long period of time takes a toll. And you all probably see that more than anybody. Stress-related issues, probably. I'm a historian. I don't really know what I'm talking about when it comes to the medical stuff. But I'm guessing here that you're seeing a lot more of this and you're seeing the same kinds of physical injuries that you saw 30 years ago. That is my presentation. Thank you very much. If you have any questions, I'll be happy to entertain them. Ask me one I can answer. But they're just like my students. You can email me if you have anything that pops up when you get home. Very happy to be here today and meet you. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much, Dr. McKnight. So for our last set of speakers for the afternoon, maybe I'll stand over here since that's where everyone else stands when they're talking. We have two speakers that I have the pleasure of introducing. Our first speaker is Ming-Kwan Collins, who grew up in Thailand and Southern California. She is an ETSU graduate and has been practicing law in Southwest Virginia since 2010. Her expertise is in workers' compensation and represents coal miners and black lung claims. Ming-Kwan is co-chair of the Southwest Virginia Workers' Compensation Bar. Our second speaker, Keith Reynolds, grew up in Wise County, Virginia, to a family of coal miners, including both his grandfathers. Keith graduated from Clinch Valley College, now UVA College at Wise, where he also played on the men's basketball team. After graduating from law school at the University of Virginia, Keith has spent the last 3 decades focused on workers' compensation, specifically surrounding coal miners and their state claims, as well as injuries and disability. Please join us on stage.
Hi there. Thank you for that kind introduction. I did prepare a set of slides. I guess they'll be coming up soon on the screen. Okay. Dr. Harris is on that. Just to add in on that lovely introduction, I've been practicing law for nearly 16 years, and the majority of that has been a focus on workers' compensation with a special focus on injury and black lung. And I believe, Mr. Reynolds, you've been doing this for about 28 years, right? Like that. Okay, wonderful. Now, while we're waiting, how many of you have personally filed for black lung or know somebody that has filed for black lung benefits? Okay, so good. We're definitely talking to the right crowd.
You can ask a question.
There we go. All right. The title of our talk is Virginia State CWP, Coworkers Pneumoconiosis Benefits, Why It's Critical. Okay, there are 2 pathways to filing for black lung, and what Keith and I are going to focus on primarily today is Virginia State black lung. Now, Keith has also extensive experience in federal black lung, But for purposes of getting started, we're going to focus on Virginia state black lung. And just a little bit about me. When I'm not practicing law, I spend my free time with these folks. The one, the one in the middle is a rescue. She's 100 pounds. And the little one up front, the gray one, is 10 pounds. And I'm going to let you guess who is the boss. It's the little one. His name's Lion, okay? All right. So what do you need to initiate a state black lung in the Commonwealth of Virginia? Well, first of all, you need to be exposed to black lung, meaning that you need to have a job or an occupation that exposes you to coal dust on a regular basis. And a good example for me to lay this out in real life is I had a potential client contact me not too long ago, was a store clerk that worked at a convenience store as a cashier, but he worked on a pathway that many coal trucks traveled throughout the day, but he worked in the store. The doors were always shut. It was temperature control, meaning that it had heat and air in the summertime, and he wanted to file for black lung. And I said, well, do you have any coal dust coming into your store? No, but those coal trucks go by all day long, okay? So that probably does not suffice as a legal requirement to coal dust exposure. And what are your thoughts on that, Keith? I agree. Okay, all right. So you first need to have a job that exposes you to coal dust. Once you have determined that you have been exposed to coal dust to your employment, the first thing you want to do is to get a diagnosis of black lung. And the best way to do that is through a chest x-ray. And you do that by going to a facility that is certified to render a diagnosis of chest x-ray. And I mean by that they employ B readers. And that's really important to distinguish because you can't just walk up to, an urgent care clinic and see a nurse practitioner and just say, hey, I want you to diagnose me with black lung so I can go file for black lung. That might be a good starting point, but legally speaking, that is not sufficient to start a claim. You need to have a medical diagnosis of black lung, and that has to be interpreted. Your x-ray has to be interpreted by a certified B reader who employs the International Labor Organization standards and classification. And I'll let he speak on that.
Yeah, in Virginia, it really all begins with an ILO diagnosis of 1.0 or greater. You can file on a 0.1, but typically the statute, we'll get into some of this later, but the statute runs with a 1.0. So the diagnosis is very important, and the x-ray is very important.
Right. So again, why is that important to know? Because, you might, sometimes I've had a client come in and they said, oh, Ms. Collins, I had a chest cold last year, so I went to see my nurse practitioner. She did a chest x-ray. Sure enough, I had pneumonia, double pneumonia. And she said there was also something interesting on my lungs that showed up. I want to go ahead and file for black lung. Again, that might be a good starting point, but then what I will do is I will send them to a facility that is qualified to render that diagnosis of black lung, and if that's confirmed, they can come back to see an attorney and move forward with their case. Okay, and the x-ray is interpreted into a radiographic interpretation form. There's a couple of variations of these forms. This is the one that we typically see. And if you would look, I don't have a pointer, but let's just pretend that I do. On the first paragraph, you'll see 1/0, 1/1, 1/2, all the way down to stage 3. Those are the distinctive classifications of black lung from stage 1 to stage 3. And if you look further to the right-hand side, right-hand column of that, you'll see what's called large opacity. That is, could be 0, which is the first one, and it goes to A, B, C, and it determines the size, if you will, of the opacity associated with the black lung diagnosis. And the reason why that is so important because it can determine the amount of eligibility that that claimant is entitled to, and also how their claim is fashioned. Are you going to file for stage benefits, or are you going to file for lifelong permanent total benefits? And Heath, would you kindly speak on the importance of PFT, pulmonary function test that couples these?
Yeah, sure. Once you establish, then you have to have the X-ray. We'll get into that in a minute as far as it's a big difference from the federal program. But once you do have the X-ray, if you do have objective standards of disability, so the PFTs are so huge, the minor can get lifetime benefits, which could also pass on to spousal death benefits, which can last for a lifetime of the spouse as well.
Yeah, that's absolutely true. And one thing, just as a standard practice, when we have someone coming to see us, Heath or I, what we always advise our client to do, when you're going to get a black lung chest x-ray, you might as well at the same time schedule that medical visit to get a PFT, because if it comes back that is confirmed that a patient has restricted breathing, you can couple that evidence with your claim, and it will determine the course that that claim can take and the potential benefits that person might be entitled to. So again, get the chest x-ray at the same time as the PFT. And if the PFT comes back and it confirms a deficit in their lung functioning, in their breathing capacity, then it will have an implication on how their filing is fashioned and to the potential benefits that they may be entitled to. Okay, and here, filing the claim, again, we're talking about in the Commonwealth of Virginia. The Virginia Workers' Comp Commission actually provides a really comprehensive claim form, which I'll show in a minute, that anybody can download from their website. It's a claim form specifically for black lung, for pneumoconiosis. They have a separate form for injury cases. But in this form that we utilize at the firm, it'll ask for the minor's demographic information, name, address, their employer's information, when did they receive the communication, and are they still working, so on and so forth. And also another thing that's really important to include with the claim is a copy of the x-ray itself. Now, back in the day, I guess when all of us were growing up, the x-ray film used to be this big, right, in the plastic x-ray form. Now, the providers will give the claimant a copy of the x-ray, or give the law firm that requests that. It actually comes in a compact disc. That does have to be included with the claim form for that claim to be properly effectuated with the Virginia Workers' Comp Commission. Is there anything you want to add to that, Heath? Okay. And this is the example of the form that I was talking about earlier. As you can see, the heading is pneumoconiosis claim form, or coworkers pneumoconiosis black lung disease. And on there's the top portion, again, is the demographic information. The second portion is the request for benefits. When you file for black lung, you have to tell the commission, and you have to give notice to the employer and their insurance carrier what benefits is that coal miner asking for. Are they asking for medical benefits only? Are they asking for medical benefits and potential monetary benefits? So that is listed out and enumerated on the bottom of the form. But this form, I can't stress how important it is to properly and accurately fill this form out. For example, the date of communication, that absolutely needs to be on there, and whether or not that minor is still working either for that employer, or they might have moved on and have been working for another employer at that time. What do you think, Heath? Is there anything that we need to address? Okay, all right. Okay, so most of you have probably heard of the phrase statute of limitations. That applies to every litigation. It also applies to workers' compensation. There is statute of limitations that governs the time frame that a claimant has to file for black lung and also for injury cases. But here I'm just going to talk about the statute of limitation that's applicable for black lung. Now, again, I can't stress how important this is because unfortunately, Heath and I both have had so many clients come into our office and they say, okay, I've got this B reading that shows I have, stage 2/1 black lung, I'm ready to file. And I said, great, I'm ready to help you. So I look at the black lung, sure enough, it confirms the diagnosis. And then I look at the I look at the date when that communication was effectuated, that was done. And what if it was done over 3 years ago? Okay, so in Virginia, the law allows you to apply for black lung, or mandates, that you apply for black lung within 3 years from the date that was communicated to you. And that is a hard line rule, if you will. It's very difficult, nearly impossible to overcome that. So there's 2 days that an individual needs to be aware of, which is 3 years from the date of communication or 5 years from the date that that person was exposed to coal dust, whichever comes first. So I gave you an example of the coal miner coming in with a confirmation of black lung on a B reading form, but it was done 3.5 years ago. So clearly he's missed his statute of limitations. How about this scenario? What if he comes in with a confirmation of black lung that was done just 6 months ago, right? Still within the 3 years. However, he retired 7 years ago and has not been exposed to coal dust for 7 years. Can he still file a claim? No, you're exactly right. So, keep in mind whichever statute of limitations comes first, that one is triggered and that one will apply to that case. And this really needs to be looked at carefully, closely, and on a case-by-case basis. I always tell all the folks that I talk to that consider filing a claim, if you're not sure when your statute starts running, ask, okay? Get advice from a professional, from a legal professional, from the facility. Ask somebody. Don't just assume that you have the date correctly, because once that date is missed, it's something that is, like I said, almost impossible to revive. Okay, so independent X-ray review by the Pulmonary Committee. A segment of the Virginia Workers' Compensation Commission is made up of a pulmonary committee who employs 3 B readers that are certified under NIOSH and who are qualified to read the X-ray that has been submitted to the commission. Now, the interesting thing about this option is either side can request that, the claimant side, meaning that the minor can, or the other side, the employer's insurance company. Either side can request that that X-ray be read by the pulmonologist. And Heath, I'm sure you have a lot more experience in that than I do. Can you speak to that as far as the benefits or disadvantages of using the PC?
Well, in practicality, you're almost always going to have to use the pulmonary committee because each side is limited to 3 X-rays that they can submit and rely on, and you have the burden of proof as a claimant. So it's going to be 3 to 3, or 2 to 2, or 1 to 1, depending on how many X-rays everyone submits. So unless there's an unrepped defendant or employer, you're almost always going to be at the pulmonary committee, and you're going to need them to win, really.
And he brought up an excellent point that I omitted to mention, that when you file your claim, the law allows the claimant to submit up to 3 different B readings. Basically, you take the same X-ray and you have 3 different certified B readers read that. So our philosophy in practice is why not utilize and maximize that option? So we do on our clients' behalf, for their benefit, let the X-ray be read by 3 different B readers and submit all 3 with their claim file. You do that because you know the defense, the other side, they're always going to take advantage of that option, and they will submit 3 readings as well, okay? All right, so once your claim is filed, then what happens? Once your claim is filed, it goes to the Virginia Workers' Compensation Commission. They review all the evidence, starting with the claim form that I showed earlier, make sure all the information is correct. They review the evidence, including the pulmonary function test, if there is one. They review the B reading, and they start processing your claim. And during that phase, the employer and the employer's insurance company will get notice that a claim has been filed, okay? They'll get notice that John Doe has brought a claim for black lung seeking whatever benefit that you indicated on your claim form. Anything you want to add to that? Okay, all right. So once they get the notice of that, they have an opportunity to respond, just like in any litigation, right? So they can respond by accepting the claim completely. That's the best case scenario for the claimant, right? Meaning, oh, okay, we got the notice of filing. We agree that this claimant has black lung. We're going to go ahead and offer an award for medical benefits. Sometimes it's an award for medical benefits coupled with monetary benefits. Or alternatively, they can deny the claim altogether, or they can challenge part of the claim. Maybe they don't dispute, that they had coal dust exposure, for example, but they might dispute the severity of the diagnosis. They might disagree that this person actually has black lung, so they want to challenge the claimant's evidence, and that happens quite often. Right, Heath, do you agree with that? Okay. All right. So what happens if your claim is not accepted by the employer's insurance carrier? There's a couple paths it can take. One of the paths, of course, in most litigation is there's a process called discovery. Okay, the employer and their insurance company is entitled to discover more information and to dive deeper into what the evidence shows. So that might be depositions, that might be written interrogatories. And if those things don't get worked out during the development or during the legal process at this phase of the claim, you might ultimately have to go to a hearing with a deputy commissioner who acts like a judge in a workers' comp case, who will then adjudicate the claim. At this point in time, you can still request that the x-ray be sent off to the pulmonary committee, and so can the insurance company request the same. But if I can stress one thing for anybody who is thinking about filing for black lung or who knows somebody who wants to file for black lung, keep in mind there is a statute of limitation governing the timeline. Please seek the appropriate advice so you're armed with information so you can make the best decision for yourself, your career, and your family. That's something that you do not want to miss. Okay? Thank you.
Thank you, Ming Kwan. I'm just going to hold the mic if that's okay. How many in the room are familiar with federal black lung practice? To a degree, right? Most people, I'm assuming. What I want to do, and that's an excellent summary of the Virginia Workers' Comp Law. To finish up, what I want to do is I wanted to highlight some of the distinctions between federal black lung and state black lung. I think most of you know federal, most of you probably don't know state, so I want to cover some of the differences. The second thing I want to do is I want to answer this question for you today. Why should you know state CWP law? Why should it be important for us, everybody in this room, whether you're a provider, federal black lung clinic, or whatever you are, minors, why should you know that? And the third thing I want to do is maybe discuss a whole new way to look at black lung. Maybe not a new way, but a way that's new to me, and then we'll finish up with some questions. As far as, and by the way, don't tell my dogs I didn't put up pictures of my dogs. They're going to get jealous, and I'm a bad fur daddy, and those are beautiful dogs, by the way. Number one, in federal black lung, as it's been discussed earlier, you know the concept of legal CWP. There is no legal CWP in Virginia. If you have a minor who has mined 40 years, has total lung disability, but he cannot get a 1.0 to be read positive by the pulmonary committee, he has nothing in Virginia. Okay, seems unfair, but that's the rules. Everything hinges in Virginia on a 1.0 reading or more. You can't get a medical award on a 0.1, but you have to have a positive x-ray. And by positive, it doesn't mean our readings are positive. It means the totality has to be read positive. That's a big distinction versus federal. Number two, in Virginia, you can receive simple benefits for simple CWP without any breathing impairment. You don't even have to have a breathing impairment. If you have a 1.0, you're going to get paid, even if you're working, okay? Doesn't impact your job. Lots of miners, I represent lots of miners who get big paychecks from their state CWP, and they keep working. So that's another distinction on a simple CWP case. I think somebody was talking earlier about the exception to that in the federal, but for the most part in federal, a simple CWP, you can't draw anything while you're working, I don't think. The next thing is the pulmonary committee. For those of you familiar with federal black lung, as Ming Kwan said accurately, it's 3B readers. It's a neutral read, supposedly, and I guess it is. They're contracted by the state of Virginia. And so in a way, it functions like the DOL in the federal, right? In the federal, you guys get your reads, right? The company gets their reads, and they're all the time what? Huh? Negative. And hopefully ours are positive. But the DOL usually plays a big factor in the federal, correct? If you got that DOL exam, you got something going for you can work with, right? Well, the pulmonary committee is sort of like that in Virginia, but there's a catch to it. You guys know with the DOL exam up front. So you can decide how many x-rays do I need to get? Do we need to file again, wait a year? Can we file right now? How much resources? We don't know in the state what the pulmonary committee will read till the end of the case. So we have to work every case up completely, depositions, discovery, hearings, and still don't know what the independent reading is going to be. And if it comes back negative, guess what? You're probably out of luck, right? Now, they can refile if they have their time limits, but that's a big distinction because on the federal practice, you know what to invest or how to advise the client up front before they even waste resources. But here we have to pour everything into it as if we have a positive pulmonary committee read, even though, no offense to anybody in the room, normally they don't read positive. They were very conservative, historically. I would say, I don't have firm statistics on this, but I would say at most 30%. Would you agree with that? And I'm probably being generous, probably. Probably 30% of the x-rays that come from our clinics or providers will be read positive by the pulmonary committee. Probably 70% will not. And it's typically worse with the stage benefit versus complicated. If something's big enough, all they can argue about is what it is, but they can't really say it's not there. But when you get the stage benefits, as you know, there's some subjectivity in how you read that. So that's another big difference is on the state side, you're going to have to invest a lot into it before you even know what your third party is going to say. Another thing, it's organic, meaning that if I win a case, it's not over, more than likely, unless you settle it, because you can always file changes of condition. So if I win a case for a stage 1, within my time limits, I can come back and file a stage 2. If I win stage 2, within my time limits, I can come back and file complicated. And then later, perm total. So the organic nature of it means win or lose, if you're my client, we're going to get to know each other for a while. We're going to be friends. And I think a lot of the coal miners are my friends, and it's an honor based on my history to say that. Another thing Ming Kwan's already said, but it's so important, probably the most important thing we could say today, is the strict statute of limitations in Virginia. It is unforgiving. There is no exception. And I know it's awesome. I mean, I've seen it over the years so many times, with the federal practice, all these really old miners come in, and that's awesome. They have the best stories, the best people, and they've not mined in years. And you can help them in the federal, but we can't help them in the state. And if it's one thing I would tell you to give the word out to people, and when I speak to older groups or to unions or like the UMWA, Most of those guys aren't working anymore. But most of them know people who are. And I say, tell your friends, tell your grandkids, tell everybody out there working, they need to be mindful of the state limitations. Now, the second point, you have anything to add on all those? Any more differences you can think of? The thing I want to address is why is that important for us today? If you're a federal black lung clinic, or you're a doctor, or you're a retired miner, why is it important that we know about state CWP? And I'll tell you why. Because for a lot of miners, this is a huge benefit for them when they need it. I'm thinking about it, because one, it can be a lot of money. Two, it could be medical benefits. And I know federal will provide medical benefits eventually, but they don't, it sometimes takes a while to get the federal. Or you could be a simple case with no pulmonary impairment, and you're not going to get a federal medical card, but you will get a state medical card. That's important. But I think about this case, because I see this a lot. When somebody leaves the mines because of their lungs, they're typically trying to get Social Security disability, right? They need that to live. And we're seeing younger and younger miners getting complicated pneumoconiosis. And doctors are telling them, you need to get out of the mines. And many of them, some of them do start new careers, but many of them go the route of disability. The problem with the Social Security disability rules is it's not really understanding of complicated CWP. It's a PFT-driven disability standard for lungs in the Social Security disability. So if you get a miner who's getting younger, who doesn't fall under what's called a grid rule in Social Security, which means it's just easier to get disability when you're over 50. So you got a 40-year-old miner, 45-year-old miner, complicated CWP. He's going to have a hard time getting disability. He might get it, but it's going to take a while. Might take 2 years. Can't work. What are you going to do? Well, for those miners, a lot of those guys who can, if they can win their state benefits, they can get several years' salary or even continuing salary to live on while they transition to that needed disability check. It's a big deal. And if they forfeit that, then they're not going to have that there to help them. And I think we're all in this business, no matter what our businesses are here today, to help coal miners and help their families. And I think having that out there is a big deal. So that brings up the big pitfall that Ming Kwan warned us about, that I've seen in the past too many times, that I want to stress to everybody here. If a miner gets an x-ray that's any way positive, he needs to see a state CWP attorney, whoever they are. That's super important. Because I see it all the time. I used to see it more than I have lately, which is a good thing. That somebody will come in, because here's what typically happens. If they go to somebody for federal black lung, typically in the past, years ago, then, and I'm not saying it in any bad way, it's just that's the focus. Say they didn't qualify, they're stage 1O, normal PFT. What are you going to tell them if you're trying to help them with black lung? You're going to tell them you don't qualify, right? Is that true? And you're going to say, what, come back in a year, come back 2 years, right? Is that what happens? Well, the problem is, say they do that again in a year or two, and it's still no, they don't qualify. They keep working, and they think they're okay. And then 5, 8, 10 years later, they come out with a big complicated pop. And they hear, oh man, people are getting hundreds of thousands of dollars for complicated, and they come see me. That stage 1, 8 years ago, disqualifies them. They won't get a dime. That's huge.
He's right on that. He's absolutely right. And there's, for whatever reason, I don't know why, there is a misconception out there with a lot of minors in that position that both claims cannot coexist at the same time. That's absolutely not true. So again, please help us spread the word to your friends, to your family, or anybody you know that's still working. You can initiate a state black lung claim and simultaneously be pursuing a federal claim. There's really no disadvantages that I'm aware of in doing that. It preserves the statute of limitation on the state side, which will more than likely get resolved quicker than the federal side anyways, but both can coexist, both can be viable, and both can be pursued at the same time.
Now, say they file on that stage 1, and they're negative. That's fine. It doesn't hurt them anymore. Once they file and they get a negative reading, it's like it never existed. Okay? So that's the important thing is we have to file for them. If it's negative, that doesn't hurt them right now. Okay? But their time won't start to run. That's the main thing. Their time won't run out on them. And that's the one thing I want to stress to you that's happening too many times. If you're out there and you deal with coal miners that get x-rays, whatever they get, if it's positive, I don't care if they have normal pulmonary function tests, I don't care if they're working every day, I don't care if they're bodybuilders or can run a mile, they need to see somebody because their statute of limitation has begun. Okay? That's the number one pitfall I see. If we can get those miners filed, then it's okay. If they get awarded stage 1, then they've got time to file when it gets worse for a change of condition. If they get denied, then it never happened. But that's the big thing I want to see because we are doing a great job of getting miners tested earlier, and I see them because I'm getting the 30-year-olds that come in my office with stage 1 readings now. I get it. And those of you in the room, you're doing a good job of telling people that because I hear it in the community, but we still could do better. And I think especially among the older miners, tell all your family, and if you get that x-ray, and I think people get confused because if you go to somebody for federal black lung and they say, hey, you don't qualify, you're fine, you just keep working, or just come back and see us down the road, I think they don't understand the distinction between state CWP and federal CWP. And so I think that's where we need to educate and make sure we're educated and educate them so they'll know their rights. I think that brings up what I call a new approach to CWP, and I've heard other people talk about it in the room today, so it's not my approach. I think everybody's coming to I think we're all getting to the finish line with different routes. It's kind of like the Appalachian Trail. We walk it different ways, but we all end up in Maine or wherever, right? I think it's a different way to look at these cases. I think in the past, sometimes maybe state CWP attorneys could only look at state CWP. That's all they're thinking about. Maybe a federal attorney or a black lung clinic only thinks about that. Maybe a doctor only thinks about the medicine or the diagnosis. But it's this approach of starting to look at these cases like whole miner cases, holistic, whole person cases. Instead of just looking at state CWP in a vacuum or federal CWP in a vacuum, let's start looking at planning at an early age for miners as they transition in their life. Miners, when they're young, they need the information. They need to be told, about these laws so they can plan. I think too many times CWP practice can be reactive, or even workers' comp, or even mining cases can be reactive, meaning we figure something out when a rock falls on us. We figure something out when we get diagnosed with CWP. But I think we can plan ahead. I think some of that could be health monitoring that you guys are doing in here. Some of it could be integration of services so that if I do state CWP and I don't do federal, I can send somebody to somebody that does do federal. It could also be financial planning. I think if you're making $120,000 and $40,000 a year that some of these guys are making, knowing that they may not make it to age, a lot of people do make it at 70, but most don't in the mines. My grandpa sure didn't. And, I would say 55 is about what I see usually. That's tough. That's a tough job, and that's an earlier retirement to plan for. So I think just as we look forward, that stuff like this, these seminars, these conferences are so good. If we could further work together to create a whole body, whole miner experience so that they really do plan ahead for all these potential problems and issues. And then they can also make their own decisions based on the risks. I mean, if they know they're going every year, and I know they are going younger for x-rays, they can plan and take the risk that they want to take versus getting out earlier. That'd be their choice. But you got anything you want to add to that?
Yeah, kind of what Heath had mentioned earlier, what if somebody goes and gets a B reading done and it's negative, or even if it's confirmed positive? As we all know here today, black lung is a progressive disease. It's a disease that as long as you're alive, it progresses, it gets worse. So what we typically advise our clients to do is, look, even if you have been awarded stage benefits, this can progress and transcend into something higher, perhaps much higher, unfortunately. But the flip side to that, it may and most likely would entitle that worker into additional benefits. So we tell our clients to go get a rechecked, re-X-ray every 6 months to a year. It doesn't hurt to do that. There's really no disadvantages to do that. And for their personal health and I think personal peace of mind, they would want to know, hey, how am I doing? Has my black lung stayed the same or has it gotten worse? We know it most often certainly has not gotten better unless they're no longer in that environment. So retesting is also a key component of keeping the claim going, and that's usually about every 6 months to 12 months from a legal standpoint.
Well, thank you. One other pitfall I would probably mention, if you, since we live on a border of 2 states here, or three states, but mining 2 states, is, the miners often go between West Virginia, Virginia, or Kentucky, Virginia, or Kentucky, West Virginia. If I were advising a miner who was leaving Virginia or to go to another state and they've been mining, I would get an X-ray before you go underground in the other state. That's another tip, because when you do have multiple jurisdictions involved, it can get tricky based on Virginia's last exposure rule. We don't have a rule like the feds where you have a responsible operator that seems kind of fair. In Virginia, it's like, what's the musical chair? Musical chairs. It's like wherever you sit last, they get it, right? They get the blame for it. So I could work 20 years for Buck One, go to Wellmore United and work 6 months, and Wellmore United just bought a black lung claim. So that's a little different. But because of that, if I were leaving a state like Virginia to go to the state, that's a good time to have somebody take an X-ray. Okay. Does anybody have any? I know it's the last presentation of the day, so everybody gets kind of get those carb from the lunch. Okay. I can jump up there if I need to. Does that one work? So you could talk too. Dang on. We'll pass it back.
So this is great. I think we're probably looking at this through different lenses and may have some disagreement here. And so I'd like to discuss this issue of, my name's Scott, I from NIOSH, and mostly I'm aware of the federal system and not so much the states. But one of the things that, an area of research that we've approached in the last few years, and it's becoming increasingly more apparent with some of the research that Dr. Hall has led, is that we're seeing advanced post-exposure progression. And so these statutes of limitation laws are really out of date to what's going on right now. I don't know how they came about in the past, and they were probably a compromise and appropriate back then. In today's environment, they're completely out of sync. And I guess I wonder if there's any sort of appetite in the state legislatures, for example, to address this sort of issue, because we're seeing in our research right now that there are people with no evidence of pneumocomiosis running almost all the way up to PMF 4 or 5 years after they've been out of exposure. And clearly this disease was caused by their previous exposure through what we think is happening now with the combinations of different exposure dusts and things. The immunological response is probably different than it was for your great-grandfather when he was mining just black coal from the 1970s. We've got smaller particle sizes now. And so I think this is really an actual issue that is affecting miners, where you may see that they do not have any disease at some point, and past the threshold of statute of limitations, have substantial and even disabling disease. And what we might be able to do about that. I understand what should be and what is. I understand those distinctions. I'm just wondering if, with the data that we have now, the contemporary data that we have now, if we might be able to use that to update some of this old.
Yeah, I would say to that, and by the way, I enjoyed your presentation earlier as well. Yeah, I wish what you said's true. I mean, I agree with you 100%. There are some conversations early on that, and there are some talks that would be nice on that, but there's 2 sides to it. And there's a lot of, and you have politics involved. There's also the company side, which has a lot of power, who doesn't want that for obvious reasons. They're claiming they can't assess their risk because, how can they be solvent and know what's going to come at them 30 years later? That's kind of their talk. Now, I agree with you. Obviously, that's my position. And there are other types of law like asbestos where you have, longer periods that you can come.
There's one more issue that I'm curious about, which is the issue of medical evidence, but that and knowledge. So you go to your physician, maybe your medical records get deposed and they look at them. There was evidence of black lung there. The doctor never told them that they had black lung, or maybe they didn't understand that they had black lung. Maybe they didn't understand they got a friggin' chest x-ray, but it happens to be there, whether it's in the federal system or in their personal medical records. And then retrospectively, they look back and see a B-reader can look back 10 years and say, well, there's clearly evidence here of CWP, but it was just unbeknownst to the patient, or with medical literacy and things, perhaps they didn't even know. How does that work?
I actually litigated that case through the Court of Appeals of Virginia. They have to have been told they have it, and they have to understand they've been told they have it. The years past, they would pull out those old X-rays and use them to defeat claims, and now it's not 100%. I mean, you can imagine it gets to be a litigated matter, but you could put on evidence that I was not told and I did not understand, and in that case, I would argue and have successfully argued that it would not begin the statute of limitations. Now, I will say something else about NIOSH. The letters you guys send, which are great, and I've filed plenty of claims on them, but they also start the statute of limitations. So if you send a letter, I don't know if there's any way you can do that, but it'd be nice if somebody put on those letters, look, if you're positive, you also need to go see an attorney. I mean, I'm not saying about your federal, I'm saying your state, because your letter you sends out starts the clock. And so I get the intention, but usually it's considered a diagnosis because it is given a stage, and that's the thing. I think it's a good thing. I'm not saying it's a bad thing. I would just say if you have any ability to recommend that, something in there that just says this could affect your rights to some state benefit, you need to see somebody. I don't know if you can do that, but that's something that would be helpful. Because I get a lot of claims that I file on NIOSH letters and NIOSH films, and I think it's a great thing you're doing. I'm not saying that, but I'm just saying that's a lot of us don't understand the state law and what it could be doing. So just something to keep in mind.
On that point, I would like to add what the exchange between you and Heath. The statute of limitation is triggered at the communication, not at the diagnosis. So I just wanted to clarify. So the injured worker, the claimant, has to receive that communication, by a health professional. The letter does start that communication. So that's one point, that the triggering of the SOL is from the date of communication. And back to the letter, I don't know if there's a way to come together as a team effort between the medical practitioners and the legal practitioners, and on that letter, even if there is just a little blurb or a broad mention that this may trigger a statute of limitation on a potential black lung claim. Again, I'm just thinking out loud, but even our clients that come in with the letter within the SOL, some of them, I actually have had one case that I actually had to file that day and drive the filing down to the commission's office because that day was the last day of the statute of limitation. And it was, oh, thank goodness you came in here. And the client said, well, I would have come sooner if I knew I had to, right? So I don't know if there's a way to come together as from the medical perspective and the legal perspective and just mention something broadly that this letter may trigger something legally that they would need to be responsible for and should seek advice. Again, just thinking out loud, but that was a great idea that you had.
Yeah, and I think, we don't want to be in a position as an attorney or for your client or for a minor to be in court hoping to win a tough issue. You'd rather be in a dominant position, and so if we do everything right, we're not going to be trying to really just biting our fingernails hoping we can win some argument, and the way to do it right is just every x-ray, file a case, and then everything's taken care of.
My name is Vonda Robinson, and I'm the Vice President over the National Black Lung Association, and I work very closely with our miners in Virginia. And I actually have a coal miner. He actually came to our meeting last month, and he just retired last month. He worked in the mines over 50 years, but 10 or 12 years ago, he was having some breathing problems, and he went to a doctor in Abington that was a bee reader, and he was told that he had black lung, but I didn't know if that would stop him from filing for his state black lung, or could he still, since he just retired last month, could he file for his state black lung?
Well, I can't give legal advice like that up here, but I can tell you what to do. Send him to a state black lung attorney. A lot of it depends on what the evidence shows, and when I talk to him, what he actually says. If he just says, some doctor told me I might have some black lung, might have a spot on my lungs, I would probably take that case on. If he says, no, a doctor told me I had stage 1 black lung, he really doesn't have a case. But to err on the side of caution, if somebody thinks they might have a case, have somebody look at the actual evidence, because I would hate to say that and discourage him from filing when there's a chance if I looked at it, I might be able to find an exception to it, or if somebody looked at it, we might be able to find an exception to it. So definitely send him to see somebody, because if he just left mining, remember there's 2 parts of the statute, as Minquan said, there's 5 years from the date last work. So he's good on that. So we would just need to see the old evidence and see what he had.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Hey, and since you have that position, tell all those miners to get out there and make sure they file those cases. Okay.
One more question.
Around Virginia State.
Well, again, it gets into politics. I think the more people involved. I mean, here's the thing. There's more miners than there are mine owners, but there's more money in mine owners than there is miners. So it always becomes that balance. I think the more people are involved, the more community that comes together like this, the more doctors, miners, reps, black lung clinics, and a lot of you already have the connections politically, because a lot of you rely on, a lot of the clinics rely on support. You know all the legislatures. I'll also say this, it's a good thing, or it could be a good thing, depending on how you look at it. Virginia's a big state. Coal mines are in a very small part of it. And my guess is the legislators, there's just a very few of them that could probably get what they wanted as far as coal, because I don't think Richmond, well, other than the money connection, but most people in the state don't care about the coal mines, but the people that represent us. So, if a group could get together, and this isn't a political statement, this is just a statement about helping the miners, and have meetings with the legislatures about some very specifics, not just, hey, let's make it easier, or let's just get more money, but very specific, like my friend here just brought up with the statute of limitations, which I've had conversations with other people recently about as well. If we had some very specific ideas of things that could help, it would take legislative action, but it could be done easily.
I just want to say one quick
I
thing.
think,
Sorry. Is that, our research shows that some of these barriers that we've been talking about for people to participate in radiographic surveillance or things like that, people use this as an excuse for not wanting to know. They don't want to get an x-ray. So I think we're coming from the same place where you say, get your x-ray, and then we'll file a case, or saying, get your x-ray and find out about your health. But the reality is it's a major impediment for people to want to get tested. They don't want to know, and they know that this is hanging over them, and so they'll wait longer. We'll have to diagnose disease later than we could have had they gotten an earlier x-ray, and the reason is because of stuff like this.
Yes, you're absolutely right, and we do see that, unfortunately, in our practice, that very rationale and that very way of thinking. But I think one of the best tools that you have to spearhead the change to extend the statute of limitation is your scientific data. I think approaching a path to change? Should we lead with science? Should we be led with empirical data? Of course, the legal aspect will help, but there's nothing, I think, more persuasive than more convincing than the empirical data that you now have.
Any other questions?
And let me say this while the other question comes. There's also a myth out there that I've heard, and maybe it did go on years ago, but I've been doing this going in my 30th year now. I didn't want to claim those other two because I still think I'm young and handsome. You laugh at that, and that worries me. There's a myth out there that mines will discriminate against you if you file a state CWP case and you're wanting to work there. I'm not saying that didn't happen years ago. I'm not saying it can't happen now. But I'm telling you, in my practice, I don't see it. I represent superintendents of mines in state CWP cases. I've never seen any problem with it. I deal with Coronado all the time. I deal with Wellmore all the time. I deal with Alpha all the time. That's pretty much Southwest Virginia right there. I deal with their HR. We do mediations. We do cases. I've never seen a miner fired for a state CWP case in the last 10 years. I can promise you that. Now, I'm not saying it couldn't happen, but I think there is that perception out there, and I think it goes to what you were saying about people being afraid to take an x-ray. I don't really care. I'm not really trying to push them for an x-ray for their state CWP case. I do think there's benefit, the whole miner health aspect, if we give them as much health information about their whole body. We talk about, lifestyle changes, financial planning, health planning. But if they do have an x-ray, then that's where I jump up and down and say, if you have one, file. I'm not saying go get one if you don't. I mean, that's up to the miner. I do think there's benefit to doing that, so that you can assess your risk going forward. I mean, if I'm going to go into mines every day because I'm making an intentional choice, which is what my family did, to provide for my family, but knowing I'm breaking my body down, at least I need the information to make that choice. So that's the benefit of getting the x-ray. But if you do get the x-ray, just realize that now on the legal side of things, something is triggered.
Does the timeline apply for Kentucky and West Virginia? Do you know?
Well, I can't. We're not licensed in those states. They have different. I do know they have different rules. There are timelines for both states, I think. But we would have to have another president. I've talked about it'd be a fun presentation one time to do a panel with Kentucky, West Virginia, and Virginia here together, and kind of go over the differences. That'd be fun too. But I'm sure there are timelines, but I can't comment on what they are.
Do you handle Kentucky as well?
I can handle Kentucky State, yes. Most of my practice for my whole career has been in Virginia because I live in Virginia. But I think we're planning on opening an office in Kentucky pretty soon. No, I've just taken both bar exams.
Any other questions? All right, well, let me thank we have one last comment. Okay, well, let me thank you once again. Let's thank our last session.
Thank you.
And if you don't mind to fill out your second evals, you want to see if we taught you anything today. Thank you for coming. Appreciate everyone who made the trip in. It was like we planted Scott in the audience to get warmed up for that.
I know.
It's good. Now we're more fired up for that.
I need to take something to the car, give them a file.
Sure.
Can we, I'm sure you need to say bye to some people.
Yeah.
About 5 minutes or so?
Oh, no.
Okay, great.
I don't know. I got to find like a quiet spot.
There's a president's boardroom back there they let me use this morning.
Oh, really?
For a court
That's
case.
cool. Yeah.
more.